I'd just like to say, welcome back, everyone. Sorry it's been so long since the last session, but life be life sometimes.
Life do be life.
We
For
have
real.
we have a new face and another new face joining us hopefully later tonight, but otherwise will be joining us for next session. Max, if you'd like to introduce yourself to everyone.
Just in general, or as the act? Oh no, I would assume not as the character. Yeah, I'm from another server that is mutual between me and what do we normally actually call you? What god?
Nah, Senate or Mark. I don't really care. That's mostly
So-
just a joke.
Gotcha. But yeah, Mark, know him in another server mentioned, oh hey, D&D, and I was like, you know what? I haven't done D&D in forever, so, or any tabletop for that matter. And I've been kind of itching for it, especially now that Oblivion Remastered, I'm playing the shit out of that. Definitely in the mood for it. So,
All right. So, let's get straight into it. When lastly we left off, our brave band of adventurers had plunged into the realm of Dagos Amansul on a rescue mission. Entering into the hellish wastes, they found a secret mausoleum in which hundreds of Dagos's victims were left petrified in a state of were frozen in a state of perpetual torment. Arachnid demons spinning dreams and nightmares into their minds, breaking and torturing those who had angered the god of damnation and torment. Searching through the captives, you found the one you were searching for, Adansa, an ally who had helped you all escape Dagos's realm, many months, so long ago. You freed her and then prepared your escape. However, before you could flee the mausoleum, it sealed shut with you inside. Its magical defenses detecting a disturbance when Adansa awoke sealed the tomb. You would have been perhaps helpless had it not been for the intervention of a unexpected individual. Need to remind myself of his name real quick. Janos Haitian, the half-elf bastard, a half-elven bastard, and the son of Melamar. The bastard would provide a small amount of assistance, directing you to a portal hidden within the mausoleum. He left you all to fend for yourselves in dealing with the mausoleum's guardian, of course. But it is thanks to him that you did escape. You reported back to the prophet, and Adansa is recovering from her long stay in Dagos's realm. Now, the future is uncertain. As you all make your way back to the city of Lenchester, the prophet gave a word of recommendation. He did not know what specifically, but he sensed that this land will have need of you, and advised that you remain in the city, or at the very least within the kingdom, for the time being. He said he would reach out, he would summon you all when it was time to take the next step. For now, you all begin to wake in the back of a carriage going down a mountainside. A blonde man sits across from you and says, "Hey, you, You're finally awake.
God damn it!
We should have woken up in a prison for the Oblivion remaster feel.
Technically, you did at the very start of this campaign.
I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. All of you have returned have arrived in the city of Lanchester. I believe you spent the night in an inn, if I recall correctly, where we left off last time. Or did we not get there?
Possibly.
Yeah,
think
we had arrived in an inn.
All right.
Yeah, Dirk and Aaron went to the inn, and Nyullrin stayed at the Elder Tree to meditate there.
Right. All right. With that in mind, night gives way to the rising sun of dawn. Dirk and Ahran, you are... Sorry, before we go further, I would like to ask you guys for your opinion on something.
Go on.
I've asked for feedback from you guys between sessions, and generally speaking, what I heard back was you guys wanted to you wanted it to be a bit less restrictive and a bit slower paced. So I'm just going to ask: do you guys want to just put on hold the main story and the regional story for a little while, and just get to explore and go at your own pace for a bit?
I wouldn't say no. What do you all think?
I don't particularly mind. Just sort of like balance.
Same with me. I guess my opinion would be, since we do have 2 new players, maybe spending a session or 2 doing our own thing would be better for them to get more acquainted with the party and everything else, and then we move back to the story.
Yeah. So basically, for context, Max, there are essentially 2 storylines going on throughout this campaign. There is the main overarching plot, and then there is a more local regional plot that serves as like a narrative arc, while the main story progresses whenever the prophet decides to give you guys a little telephone call.
So it's basically coming down to, doing stuff in areas, but then when we decide to do the main quest, eventually we get a call.
Exactly. So I'm leaving it to you guys if you want to. Basically, what I'm asking to put on hold is the regional story, not having that kick off just yet. You want to? Otherwise, what I'm asking to put on hold. So sorry, there is to pull a little bit of the wall back. I was planning on having the regional story will be a lot more open-ended than it was on Florency. Florency and the Palaean Islands was basically just a non-stop rush towards the city and the defense of said city. This campaign would involve actually exploring the whole island as you investigate a mysterious cult and their schemes to undermine the kingdom. So it would just naturally involve a lot more exploring and side questing.
All right.
So I guess more of what I'm asking is, do we want to put the main story on hold and focus on just side questing and the regional quest?
I think that could be fun.
I agree.
Yeah.
Niall?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, sorry, you have a different mic quality, so I'm not used to...
Yeah, I'm on my phone now since I'm not at home.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I'm not used to that being your voice. And we have a new player here, so... All right. So, all right, sounds good. So, yes, for the time being, the main story will be put on not on a proper hold, but more of just like it'll be, the prophet needs time to plan and prepare the next steps. So, that'll be until we think it's about time to move forward again. Anyway, with that in mind, so this session we will start. I will introduce Maxwell's character, and then we'll kick off the regional story. Once that concludes, you guys will be able to go about your business, free to explore and to interact as you see fit.
All right.
That work for everyone?
Works for me.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. With that in mind, I'm gonna roll a d4 real quick to see where we're starting, with who we're starting. All right. I'm gonna roll a Nyullrin. Nyullrin,
Oh, what are we starting with? What are we starting with?
I'm starting with Nyullrin,
Oh.
Niall's character.
Yeah, no, that's me.
Sorry, the different quality
I
is really throwing me. Anyway, Nyullrin has been meditating underneath the branches of the tree throughout the duration of the night. I would like you to just roll me a quick religion check. You have a -1 to your religion.
Yeah, I'm not the smartest cookie.
Wait, a paladin has.
Yeah, I didn't. All right.
Listen,
Well,
he didn't read much about theology. He just knows that Aegon good, everything else bad.
Nyullrin, you meditate at the base of the tree throughout the night, and as you awaken, someone was Mongolian throat singing outside my window.
What the
I'm not
fuck?
kidding. Yeah,
What kind of neighborhood do you live in?
I'm in a fraternity.
Oh,
It sounds like a fun neighborhood.
Anyway, but yes, Nyullrin, as you awaken, the divine pull of Aegon still radiates around you, but you don't feel. You have not yourself been blessed this day. But even still, you can sense his power here. It was calming and therapeutic. As you begin to stand, what do you do?
Stretch from an entire night of sitting in a weird position. But after that, just check around, see who's at the base.
Within the base, you would just see the prophet sitting at the shore of the lily pad pond, just quietly in meditation. Adansa is still in recovery, resting upon a patch of straw and on a bed of straw. She is recovering, still exceptionally thin and weak from what you can't imagine was a very pleasant last few months.
Next, he would check the elder butterflies, See if there's any change in them for the better or for the worse.
Looking to the moths and butterflies, they are they have not changed. Some might have moved upward a tad, but you cannot tell for certain. Actually, no. Yeah, give me either a religion or investigation check.
Oh boy.
Yep, about what I described. You can't tell concretely one way or another. But the glow of the tree still warms your soul.
Could you remind me, do we have just our hearts removed, or do we also have our souls removed?
Yeah, we're missing. We're missing part of
just
our.
Your souls.
50...
Your hearts were stabbed, but they're still there. It's your souls you're missing.
So what is this warming up? The empty rift where my soul used to be?
Whatever
in your bones.
Scraps,
a warmth in your bones.
I was going to say, whatever scrap of soul you have left, you got a little bit. As I recall, we're missing a decent chunk. We still have something in there.
You got a little something, but not much.
A little is enough for Nyullrin. Alright, done with the looking things over. Unless the prophet or paladin stop him, he's gonna head out to go to the city.
While that is occurring, let's see. All right, Ahran and Dirk. The two of you have begun to stir. Would you guys have taken a room together, or would you guys have gotten separate?
Separate.
Yeah, separate.
Sounds good.
We're co-conspirators at best.
What's a little co-conspirators with benefits?
Dirk's gonna slowly get out.
That noise is what Ahran awakes. That noise is what wakes Ahran up.
The inn you guys managed to find in short notice last night is a small inn in the southern half of the city. It's a bit old, a bit dusty, and a little cramped. And as the morning breeze carries in, you can smell kind of dead, rotting fish, likely from the pier, just kind of carried on the breeze. It's not the best place, but it was cheap and it was the first you could find. You're about here. I'm gonna mark it with a little blue dot. I mean, technically cyan, but you know. The walls are thin enough that Dirk's stretching does indeed wake Ahran.
And just about everyone else. Dirk will just like walk on out and make his way downstairs.
Alright. Ahran will grumble to himself a little bit as he gets up and heads out as well.
Dirk, as you step out of your room, Arin emerges from his almost almost a second later. His is further down the hall, ahead in the hall. So, by the time you've gotten up, got out of bed, and started making your way there, Arin is just emerging.
Sleep well?
Wait, everything still aches? That's not a lie.
Well, mostly alive, anyways. Right. Let's get some food.
Yes. Some fucking meat. I'll head downstairs.
Arn was about to make a comment that eating that much meat's gonna give you gout, but then he thinks on it and he doesn't actually know if gnolls can even get gout. Gnolls, hyena folk.
I didn't realize I became a ghoul now.
As you all make your way downstairs, you see the innkeeper is older gentleman, sort of dark skin, bald head, and a little thick curly beard. As he just says, "Thought I heard an elephant up there. Morning."
Morning.
What can I get you all?
Breakfast. Sausages.
Well, you see him like take a swig from a flask he kind of pulls out of his apron. As he kind of tightens the cap back on, he just says, "No, you're lucky. We just got a fresh boar in. It's currently being cleaned up, and we'll be putting on grilling some sausages here in just a little bit."
Like a bit of drool we get like out of his mouth.
And what about you? What about you, kinsman? He says, looking to Aaron.
Whatever you would recommend.
He just says, the most expensive thing on the menu.
Very funny, Arn will say. I'm afraid I'm not interested in any gold-plated breakfast steaks.
You don't know Calvin. I should have expected as much. He just kind of shrugs.
Believe it or not, some nobles do coat their food in gold.
No gold flecks and stuff.
That's just a waste of gold.
Well, that's kind of the point, I guess.
Yes.
You have the gold to waste. Anyway.
Porridge and some eggs sound good to me.
That's what I was going to go for. All right. I'll bring everything right out to you all. He gives a quick nod before heading into the kitchen. A few minutes later, you guys see him return with 2 plates. Dirk, you see a whole smattering of freshly grilled sausages, the grease and juices just sizzling on the plate, and it looks like some scrambled eggs on the side, as well as a piece of toast. Arin, you see your meal is significantly less impressive. Some porridge and some freshly cooked quail eggs.
Been a while since I've had quail, Arin will remark to himself as he digs in.
He leaves He leaves the bill on the table for 5 silver for Ahran and a gold piece for Dirk.
Cheapskate
Alrighty.
doesn't even have continental breakfast.
Yeah, Dirk's here. Dirk is having a feast.
Sausage.
But the sausages are very tasty, very good, freshly cooked. One of them's a little burnt, but
Oh, that's what makes
I'm
it
just
better.
like, yeah, it all goes down pretty well. You both are given a good cup of water, or milk or water, just a little thing to wash it all down with.
Right. Now, find something to do. Now to find something to get done around here.
I believe we were looking into those coins we picked up, looking into the mysteries of them, and seeing if they could be used to solve our problem.
I think I remember thinking that these things shouldn't exactly be shown.
I would be careful who you show those to, yes.
Quick question, Niall. You said you're on your phone. Are you on the roll, actively able to look at the Roll20, or are you just able to listen in?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I'm on the Roll20. I just can't open Discord on the laptop, so I'm on my phone.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so I guess I've already stopped the flow. So, Nyullrin, what will you be up to? The other two didn't exactly tell you where they were going, and they honestly, you have no idea where they ended up for the night. You know they're in town, but you don't know where.
I am going to try and head to a weapon/armor store.
What you in the market for?
A shield.
Coward.
Excuse you. If this hammer can be reached, I wouldn't need a shield.
Look, I'm just saying, your faith is your shield.
Exactly. Exactly. And this shield is my faith.
Doesn't work
I
like that.
think you have it backwards.
All
I
right.
think I have it completely right.
While you are doing, all right, so you're going shopping. Dirk, Dirk and Ahran, where are you both heading? What are you both up to?
We are going to be looking. Aaron is going to be looking into any locals, looking out for any local sages, libraries, repositories of knowledge, places where he could get some information on him and Dirk's particular problem.
That sounds like
In
an
regards-
excellent plan. I'm gonna leave you to it. I can't read.
What's Dirk doing then?
I'm gonna find someone who can turn this shit into something useful. I'm just holding up the demon crystal, the chitin crown, the spider eggs.
You know, not
Crystal? Hang on,
I have a dead demon crystal.
From the Spider Woman.
I don't recall what that was.
It's from the Spider Woman.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what I'm trying to remember what that was supposed to be. Because I need to know if that had some. Was that just like the crystal that was in her forehead or whatever? Okay.
I can list
Never-
other stuff I got from her. Red Demon Crystal, a Silver Crucifix of Dagos, the Web Walker's Boots, Black Chitin Crown, 6 Soul Coins, 3 Spider Eggs, a Black Amulet with Gems, and a Black Glaive.
I don't recall what that crystal was. I don't want to pull up the video and search for it. So
Still need to post it.
let's. I remember what everything else was. Let's. Are you good if we just put that aside and just ignore that for the time being
Okay.
until we can confirm? Until I don't recall what that is. I don't have that in my notes, and so it's probably nothing important.
Yeah, I don't
But
think there's anything special, but I'm looking to see if anyone can make it special.
all right then. Yeah, it's just a crystal
Junk.
that. Yeah, just junk salvage item. All right, never mind then. You're good. Never mind. You're good.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just looking over my notes. Yeah, all right, you're good. All right. So to everyone, I'm gonna need everyone to just go ahead and tell me whereabouts you're going to search for these, your various locations, and I guess investigation checks to see if you can turn up any. Sorry, you know what? Better way of doing this. Let's go, Dirk. How are you attempting to locate a place to sell this stuff, or do whatever with it?
I was looking at the feature called Street Smarts.
Carousing, shadow boxing, and sparring count as light activities for the purpose of resting. Additionally, you have caroused in the settlement. Okay. All right. That'll take you 8 hours to explore the town. I know technically you were in the town last night, but that's different than you were. I'm gonna say if you're going to be doing that, you will need to. That'll probably take most of your day to scout out the city.
Okay.
So, all right, that's what Dirk's doing. He's just looking around to see what he can find. Nyullrin, how are you going about locating what you're searching for?
Similar to Dirk, except unlike the lower rungs, the plebes, the peasants, I'm gonna go for a high-end store.
You got the person in the alleyways and the person in the fine streets.
You are welcome in high society, and people assume that you are right to be wherever you are. Common folk make every effort to accommodate you and avoid your displeasure, and other high people can secure an audience with a local noble. Okay, so how are you liking to use this?
Basically, just walking up to people and asking like where the highest quality, best weapon and/or armor store is.
Where does a noble knight of the crown
Yeah,
find
exactly.
a decent weaponry in this town?
Where can I
Yeah, just
go to-
shop was the wrong word actually. I'm looking not just for a weapon or armor. I'm looking for a work of art. I'm looking for an artisan.
Artism. Oh, I know an artistic person. Anyway, okay. Okay. Since that's just something you can do now, Nyullrin, as you are making your way through the city, you would pick out some useful information about this place. This is a very traditional feudal city. You know, there's a lot of estate houses and manor houses which bear proudly the sigils of minor noble houses, sort of carved into the sides of the buildings and above the door frames. Guards bear proudly the sigil of the city, which you would note as being a golden lion on a blue field with 3 stars overhead. And you would see you would also see pass by fellow knights every so often throughout the city. who exactly would you be, in addition to just the general common folk and merchants? Who would you be going up to ask about this?
Whoever looks the best equipped.
Okay, probably one of the knights then, or city guard.
Whoever looks like they are wearing the highest quality arms and armor.
Okay. You managed to grab the attention of a knight. The man bears a fine suit of polished chain, wearing a I think it's a talberd is what that's called. You know, Nyullrin has one, whatever that is. Is it a talberd?
Tabard is the classic.
Yeah,
term.
tabard.
Technically, it's a blah blah blah, but who cares? People know it as a tabard.
He wears a-
Maybe better.
He wears a red tabard with a sigil that is a sort of olive branch being held in the talons of a eagle in flight. The knight holds his armor is like supported with like patches of silver plate in addition to the chain, which all seem have like very fine artistry engravings all over it. And his helmet has a very very high quality helm with a big red feather. The man looks to you, an older gentleman like mid-50s with a scar over his left eye and sort of graying hair. The human looks to you and just kind of like greets you one knight to another, raising his left hand and just saying, "Hail, knight. How may I assist you?"
Do I know what his heraldry is from?
Go
Any
ahead and
house
roll
or
history.
organization? Yeah, this one I'm more or less good at.
Yeah, I think
Never mind.
I'm debating if you would have advantage because this is a subject you would probably be aware of. I'll give you advantage.
Oof.
It's not whatever his sigil is. It's not a major sigil. So you would the heraldry does not. Sorry, you do not recognize the heraldry, so it's probably not a major. It might be a major noble family in the local kingdom, but not major enough that anyone outside the kingdom would know about them, or rather be expected to know about them.
Right, unimportant lowborn. Anyway,
Well, not lowborn, more of a provincial lord.
so lowborn, one step above a farmer.
What? Yeah. Basically, you probably stole the armor anyway.
Okay.
God, I forgot how much of a dick Nyullrin can be.
Anyway, so yeah, he greets you with a proper knight salute. You know, hail, knight. How may I assist you?
I would greet him back with the imperial salute.
Seeing that,
Good.
you would see him return the gesture.
Good night. I search for a shop where I can purchase high quality wares of a similar sort that you wear now.
Well, if you're looking for arms and armor befitting those of noble stature, I can think of no better place. One moment, I'm coming up with a name real quick. I can think of no better place than honors God's weapons and armor. You'll find it in the inner city. Yeah, you'll find it in the inner city, just on the steps of the castle. Boop, boop. They are one of the most famed they're one of the most famed smiths in the city. They deal in steel and silver to to most noble families.
That seems quite apt. I thank you for the assistance. Good night. May Aegon bless your sword hand.
May Melos give you strength. He bows his head and just departs and ends the interaction with just saying, "Long live the Emperor," as he heads off.
Nyullrin nods to himself, finally happy to be in civilized company.
Damn cats don't know anything about.
The people here are good. They know what the world is about.
But yeah, you make your way, making your way there then.
Yep.
Okay. Ahran, where are you going, and what are you attempting to, and how are you attempting to find that?
Ahran is going to head to the. Is there like a mages district or like something in town? Like a place where...
You've not been here before. You wouldn't know. That's why I'm asking. How are you going about locating stuff? What do you want to try?
Okay. Are there any tall, wizardly-looking towers?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Alrighty.
Yes, there is. As you're just kind of like, shielding the sun from your eyes. You're looking around, and you do see two particularly tall, spired structures that don't necessarily scream magic, but certainly, if you were a wizard, the places you would go.
Yep. All right. Ahran is going to head it
here and here.
Sorry, ping them again. I was looking away.
Red circles. The two big red circles.
Ahran will... Yeah, I see them. Ahran will head to whichever one is closest. Just keeping his ears open, trying to see if he can find anyone who is particularly of magical affinity. And just say he's looking for someone who is an expert in... I'm trying to think how he can say an expert in...
Theoretical necromancy.
Theoretical necromancy, particularly in regards to restoring what a demon could do to a mortal soul.
All right, go ahead.
Mending the ravages of demons upon a mortal soul.
Go ahead and roll me a investigation check.
Investigation. Okay. I'm going to call on Shay's blessing to do this, if that's okay.
Sure.
All right, guidance. Hiya. Okay. 18.
Okay. 1 second.
Take your time.
All right. Ahran, as you are, you're just investigating around, asking a bit casually. I'm assuming your character is using appropriate tact and...
Yeah, no. He's like making it clear he's looking at this from a
hypothetical,
yeah, I'm looking for some information.
Or tiptoeing around
the
saying it.
He's being
I
a lot
assume
more
your guy
tactful
hasn't-
than I am.
Yeah.
Oh,
I assume Ahran has more common sense than just going out and saying it.
I'm looking
So,
for people who know how to fuck with souls. Yeah, he's not saying that.
To this end, you are recommended to head to the nearby Mages Guild that does have some amount of. Sorry, you over here managed to kind of pick up on 3 potential leads. There is the library, which has all sorts of books available, though probably not anything. You probably won't have access to anything that would be, forbidden. Yeah, a good spot to research the subject generally.
Yeah.
The second
Well-
option would be. Go ahead.
Go on. Continue. I was just gonna comment. It's not important.
The next place to go would be a location known as the Arboretum,
The Arboretum.
which is the name given to the local Mages Guild. It is a very tall, ornate tower that clearly has hints of elvish origin,
All right.
which is unusual because the rest of the city is very much human.
All right.
And the third
Mm-hmm.
The
Sorry,
third
go on.
hint, there's been one of the people you talk to just kind of says, well, if it's weird magic you're looking for, you should talk to the, you see him like do a little sign over his chest, much like someone like signing a, I can't recall what it's called, but it's the, when people make the sign of the cross over themselves.
Right. Warding away evil.
Yeah, he does this. He just said before he says, "Well, if it's forbidden, weird magic you're looking for, you should go speak to the cowards just outside, just in there, and their camps outside of town. If you do,
who?
just the Cowwinds. And if you look to the north side of the
Alright.
town,
Hmm.
You should if you're looking for that, they practice all sorts of devilry and witchcraft.
Huh. I'll keep them in mind, but I think I'll keep the them in mind, but I think I'll start with the wizard tower. See if there's anyone who has an interest in this sort of thing, and if I can get them talking.
Yeah, alright. As you begin making your way there, you are moving through the streets of the city when there is a disturbance to your side. The door to a shop kinda bursts open as a man is thrown out of the store. A very irate shopkeeper just kind of steps out and just says, "Crazy fucking cat, get out of here!"
Aaron will
Max?
take
Stop.
yeah. Aaron will take a look and see what the fuck is going on.
Max?
Well, hopefully, considering he's a cat, I expect he will at least land on his feet.
You go ahead and roll a quick acrobatics check or acrobatics or athletics with advantage.
Let's see. Let me pull the sheet up.
Yep, he's able to quickly catch himself and just move into a somewhat crouched ready position. If you would like to describe your character.
So, well, that little portrait that I've got there is, I think, a pretty good one, but a tiger, Malaysian tiger specifically, Tabaxi with longish brown hair that's done in small braids to the side while the rest of it just kind of goes down his back. A headband, holding most of it back. Blue eyes, maybe you can zoom at that point. And he's got some relatively reinforced leather armor around his shoulders and chest, and most of the rest of it is kind of civilian garb that you could also easily be seen being worn by something like a sailor or something similar to that, or somebody that you would expect to be in like a hot or humid environment. And
Alright.
yeah, and he just kind of, like he said, lands to his feet in kind of the ready pose, and you can just barely hear him kind of do a hissing growl under his breath and just like say, you can just barely hear, "You don't fucking know what that is worth to my
Alright.
people."
Interesting. Aaron will approach the local tabaxi, he presumes, and ask, and like look over to the shopkeeper. What's this about?
The damn cat practically attacked me! Foreigners.
And then the tabaxi points at him in the direction of the shopkeeper and says, "He does not understand what that relic he has sitting in a display case collecting dust is to my people. And he's asking an absurd price for it."
What is this relic
Well,
in
if
question that
it's-
this fight's been about?
If it's so important, then clearly it's worth the gold. The man then looks to you and just kind of scoffs, shrugging as he just says, "I don't know, some trinket a sailor brought in a year or two ago."
If it hasn't
Sailor.
sold in a year or two, you'd think you'd be willing to part with it relatively easily. May I see this item?
He looks to you and just says, "Fine. You're a paying customer. Come on in. You, Feeble, stay out there."
He's just
Alright.
gonna kind of scoff and go find a nice wall to lean on and watch.
Alright. Aaron will head inside and have a look at what this quote unquote flea ball wanted that the shopkeeper won't sell him.
As you enter inside the store, it becomes pretty clear that it's a bit of an antiquities store. A lot of odds and strange little odds and ends from around the world. Things of various cultures. If you would like to just roll a quick history check to see how much of it you recognize, or if
Yes.
anything in particular is just like interesting to you.
Damn.
Well, the guy doesn't have anything magic or legendary. You know, there's no secret. There's nothing super impressive here, but there's no individual piece that's like super impressive, but he does have a very wide amount of goods and items from across the world. You see like orcish pottery. You would see elven glassware. You would see dwarvish belt buckles. You know, just all sorts of odds and ends of exotic nature. As he just says, "You wouldn't believe what nobles could pay for some things like this. Some of these things have been in here for years, but all it takes is just one eccentric, and it proves itself worth the price and the shelf space."
I see. So what is this Tabaxi relic?
You see him just kind of point to a display case that has a variety of like small statuettes of various figures, and one of which catches your eye pretty quickly appears to be a small stone statue of a Tabaxi woman holding a child to her to her again, an infant babe against her chest. Judging by appearance and just like pose, it is clearly a religious item. It's got the sort of motherly, saintly pose, holding out a hand in like a blessing motion.
I get you.
And yeah, it looks almost. You've seen like you were in Florency and you saw enough of Tabaxi shrines to recognize a depiction of Janansa when you see it.
Ah, that would be the Tabaxi's mother goddess, Janansa.
Mm. Well, and you want it?
How much are you asking for it?
He just pauses for a moment, kind of thinking as he just says, "Well, it's a decent enough piece. I could probably I haven't seen much Tabaxi things in this part come through here. Could definitely sell it for quite a lot.
Assuming you
What are
can
you
find out.
offering?"
What would be ask for the sculpture?
Go ahead and give me a investigation check to see if you can just like appraise it at all.
Sure, we'll give it a try. This ain't my strength, but yeah. Okay, I got hot dice, so that counts for something.
You would say probably about. It's very well carved. It's made of marble, and I don't remember the exact like methodology is, but you know how it's when you like put gold to fill cracks.
Ah, I know what you mean. The Japanese do it.
I think it's Chinese predominantly, but I do think they both do.
Yeah, it's something you see a lot in Asian cultures. All right,
I don't recall the exact thing, but it does have that, but not gold, but with silver.
all right.
So probably 70 to 100 gold would be a fair price, but he's probably selling at a decent markup.
All right. Aaron will shrug like he's not entirely sure. He's like, I don't know, 50 gold. It's some stone, but there is some silver in those cracks.
50? Oh, you and I both know that's insulting. I bought the thing for nearly 40.
All right. How about
Tell
six?
you what,
All right.
125.
Let's say 75.
100.
Let's make that 90 and call it a deal.
Roll persuasion.
I'm sorry, was that an affirmative? My audio is being glitchy.
Roll persuasion.
Persuading. Yeah.
And the man ponders for a moment and says, I can let it go for 90. It has been here for a little while. 90 it is.
All right.
He asks for the coin.
Aaron will pay out 90 gold. He does have that.
And he presents you the statue.
All right. Aaron will take the statue, thank the man, and head outside.
Max, Jakar, you would see the man emerge, the statuette in here, wrapped up in a bundle of cloth to protect it in transit.
So he's still kind of leaning on the wall, so when he hears the steps, he kind of his ear twitches, he looks up, sees it, and you can see his pupils go a little wide. He walks over, Did you really manage to talk him down and get that? How much?
90 gold. It wasn't cheap, I'll give you that. But
That's-
but it is a Is this anything more than a very fine depiction of your mother goddess?
Oh, and hold out his hands. Let me take a look.
Ahran will hand it over to the Tabaxi to have a look.
Go
Okay.
ahead and roll history with advantage.
With advantage. Is there an actual option for that, or is it just a double click to?
Just double
Twice.
click. There is an option, or just double click. I don't really care either way. 23. Okay. Fortunately, you were already rolling at advantage, so 23.
Wait, why is it already rolling an advantage?
I think that's just the default. Anyway, this piece is... It does have a degree of historical significance, though not major. What's essentially, this is a very old statuette. It specifically is not anything noteworthy, but it is from the mid Second Era, from the early Second Era. That was a very destructive time frame, and there's not a lot that made it through that era. So it is historically significant from the fact that it is a surviving piece of art from that time.
So, out of character, real quick, what occurred in the Second Era that?
The Second Era began with a 700-year war between humans and elves. That was basically a apocalyptic conflict that while it didn't fully reset everyone to the Stone Age, basically turned people. Basically, I put it like this to Gold. There was assault rifles essentially at that time period. Automatic weapons, steampunk technology, mage tech, things were very advanced, and everyone basically got knocked down just due to the scale of fighting to
the low medieval era.
Low medieval to Renaissance. You guys still haven't recovered from that. And that was a war that covered literally 3 continents.
Right.
So a lot of things got destroyed in that time frame. A lot of wonders were lost to history. So, like I said, this specific statue doesn't seem to be anything important, but the fact that it is a surviving piece from that period is important. Frankly, it probably is worth 5 times the amount that Ahran paid for it, to someone who knew what it was worth. Good luck getting that price anywhere else, though.
All right.
So yeah, I guess I can pretty much relay all that. Just be like, this from this early Second Era, almost nothing has survived, especially something that be this fragile. And you said that there were little gold fill-in or filling cracks and stuff. So he's like, there's been some repair work.
That's silver.
But, yeah, silver. That's what it was. There's been some repair work, but it's beautiful. I can't thank you enough for getting this for me. Why? Why pay 90 gold of your hard-earned money for some random crazy cat out on the street?
I've been to, what was the name? I've been to Florence recently. I've gained an appreciation for the Tabaxi during my time fighting alongside them there.
He just kind of blinks a little bit and is like, what exactly were you fighting in? What battles?
Ahran will, just let out a slagger. Nothing much, just demons.
I'm assuming that's enough for it to click.
Yeah, the news news of incursions, demonic incursions, has been a increasingly prevalent rumor across pretty much everywhere. More and more news is coming in, and among that, Jakar would have heard that Florency was the site of a pretty sizable battle between the defenders of the city and demonic forces. And it is rumored that a band of adventurers was instrumental in stopping said attack.
So he's kind of sitting there putting two and two together, and it kind of clicks in his mind, and he's like, I believe I've heard of you before.
Really now? Well, that's only good things, I hope.
Oh,
I assume it's only good things. Is it only good things?
Yeah, only good things.
okay. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They say you were instrumental in saving my home.
Well, we did our part. Me and my friends did. But, I'm sure the matron... There was that one shrine of, Janansa we visited at one point, yeah?
I think he visited a couple, but there was one in the enclave.
Yeah, the
That was
Enclave
special.
shrine. Yeah, like, I'm sure this wouldn't look out of place in the Enclave's shrine. I might be able to convince the keepers that this would be worth including among their relics. If it is from the second era, after all, it might be number among one of the oldest artifacts they'd have.
Jakar just kind of nods and says, absolutely. I would love that. I haven't... It's been a while since I've been home. I've almost lost track.
Well, I'd be happy to give you news of home. I can tell you about what exactly happened during the battle and let you hear word from home. It's good. It's still in one piece, thankfully.
That's good to hear. Is the rest of the group here with you?
They're here and there. One of them is out scouting out the town. Another, I'm not sure. I think he's in prayer at a local holy site to his god. I'm looking into some rather unfortunate magic when I heard what was going on here, and thought I would help you out.
Well, whatever your reasons, I appreciate it. And if you can gather your friends together, if you feel like it, tonight, how about some drinks on me? I think you've earned it for not only saving my home, but spending your own money on that statue, and I got a decent pay for my last trip, so I wouldn't
Alright.
mind it.
So, I'm guessing you're a treasure hunter, relic seeker, archaeologist sort? You knew all about this statue's history just from a glance at it.
Yes, you could say that, but I'd almost say that treasure hunter does it a disservice. Relic hunter, a little more accurate, because when people think treasure, they think shiny
It's-
gold relics to take and sell at the nearest pawn shop to earn some quick money.
You're more interested in culturally significant artifacts.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
I have to make buy, but usually helping navigate on merchant ships is enough for that, and that leaves just about any relics I find able to add to my collection.
You do a lot of business here in this town?
This is only my second time. Normally, I don't come this far out. At most, we go from Palaya to out of character, whatever the next closest Empire place is over on the mainland. Actually, that would be the Tabaxi's like little area in the desert, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, the Palayan Islands and the Quarantine Desert.
And then any settlements along the coast there, I would think, yeah.
All right. I suppose that makes sense if you are hunting Tabaxi relics after all. They've lived there. They've lived there as long as they've been around, as long as they've been a people.
I grew up in a fishing village, so I got a lot of maritime experience. And when the Empire showed up and colonized the surrounding areas, sometimes a local navigator was in high demand, and I know the waters
They've been
well.
they've been there for longer than you've been alive.
Oh, well, okay. Fair enough.
I was gonna say it's probably like that was your grandpa's deal, and he passed the trade down to you or something.
Yeah, probably.
All right. So Arn will nod. So if you've done business here at least once, do you know anyone who might be, I don't know, somewhat of a local expert in strange magics? Particularly afflictions of the soul is what we're looking into. You know,
Kind of pauses and rubs his chin for a bit and goes, well, I have gotten involved with the local archaeology guild here. Maybe they would know something, but strong magic is a little out of my realm.
Let's try the Archaeologist Guild. It sounds as good a place as any to start.
Fine by me.
I'm sure after that, we can look around for some of the taverns. I'm sure we'll run into Dirk at some point.
All right. Speaking of Dirk, I'm gonna just roll something for the heck of it. Okay, Dirk, please roll me a d20. If you roll higher than this, I'm gonna have you bump into the team.
13.
I rolled a 13, so congratulations. Almost on cue, Dirk, as he's just going on his casual stroll through town, you're just like checking out the local shops and just getting a feel for the streets. While you've been making your way around, you've been hearing some off and on conversations about a big event coming up. Sounds like the coronation of the prince is going to be occurring very soon. And town's getting quite excited for this. It's a big deal. A lot of nobles are coming into the city. A lot more knights and local and petty lords who are able to make it are all coming. There is, of course, you've been kind of listening into a lot of the conversations, but something you've been kind of peeking out as you're walking is you're hearing a lot of unpleasant rumors circulating. Whispers of bandits and blight and orcish raiders. Things are more you're listening in and just as you're walking. The city of Lanchester seems quite lovely on the surface, but the deeper into the city you go, and especially into the more populated like merchant areas and, places that have a lot of traffic, you're seeing a lot of what you would assume to be beggars or refugees. Some of the residential districts aren't so affected, and neither is the docks you've been at. But when you arrive at the Merchants Row and other areas, you are seeing a lot of things are not well. I will say, Dirk, you've been traveling for a couple hours at this point. You don't exactly know the city at the back of your hand just yet, but I'd say you know it well enough to find a couple of the shops you were looking.
And I bump into these two.
Yes. Real quick, you would note that there is what's called Gold Town, a little district within the city that is nothing but banks, merchants, traders, merchants, and stores. Hundreds of stalls and tents and travelers from across the Isles gather there, and while you were going through, you probably would have been able to find several things of interest that would be suiting your needs. But yes, you do bump into Ahran and Jakar.
Dirk is sniffling his nose and finally looks up. Ah! That's where you wandered off to. Looks over to the Tabaxi. What's this?
This is Jakar. He's not quite a local, but he's been here before. He's given me a lead on what I was looking into.
Well, hopeful lead.
Hopefully.
I suppose it's probably start. Dirk is he's a 6'8" Gnoll with sort of like a sort of brownish blonde fur, with tattoos on his chest and his left arm. He's wearing a strange blue spotted leather hide outfit with red feathers and a red loincloth. And he just has this sort of I don't know what to say.
I mean, I can also look at the portrait down there and.
Yes, I know, but I won't describe it. Quick question: are you taller than him?
I think I wrote his height somewhere in this character sheet. Somewhere. Or maybe it was on the one on my phone. I think I actually had him at about 6'8".
Oh. Equal height.
Oh boy.
Tabaxi, it said that they're on average taller than humans, so
Digitigrade and all that.
yeah, that'll do it. I swear it was somewhere on this sheet, but oh well. Oh wait, yep, 6'8". 6'8", 180 pounds.
Real quick, Max.
So-
Yeah, while you're doing that, if you take a look into DMs, I'm sending you a maps of Florency.
Okay. Nice.
So the right is when it was at peace. The left is after the attack.
Oh, so yeah, it got a lot less
Here's what it looked like during the battle.
dense. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Not fun.
But yes.
Lot of destruction.
Anyway, you guys were saying?
Dirk just
I don't know. He asked about height, and I was like, yeah, they're eye to eye.
Dirk just seems to be sizing you up and down at the current moment.
Now, I'm trying to remember. I know you had explained it the other day, but the Gnolls on here are a little bit different. They're not like always chaotic evil crap. But do they still have like a certain reputation?
Yes, 100%. Basically, they are not inherently savage beasts, but due to circumstances outside of their control, they basically their society has regressed to the point where they are.
Do you have any visible weapons?
Yeah, I mean, I think if he's roaming around in a port, he would probably have his short sword. I don't really see a reason he would be lugging around his crossbow, but, well, actually, yeah, if he just hitched a ride there and is not... Yeah, I guess he would have, like, his backpack, probably have the crossbow tucked back in it, and but not necessarily in a position to be immediately drawn out for combat or something. But yeah, I got the crossbow on the back, and then on his hip you see a kind of I was just looking up what this thing looked like. Hold on. Been using okay, yeah, I think this will work. Copy. And then on his hip would probably be something along the lines of... I'll just do it here in the voice chat. Something like this.
Oh. Curved swords.
Ahran looks at Dirk. I have a curved blade I got from Tabaxi lands too, and I don't see you going gaga over it.
Niall, I am messaging you on the roll 20 while these guys are talking.
Well,
I'll check it out.
Go on.
I wasn't going to say anything.
No, Matt was something. Alrighty. Dirk will just again be sizing you up for turning to look back to Ahran. Well, have you found anything I might find useful?
So far, not yet. Beyond this fellow.
Good to know I'm not important.
We were about to check out the local archaeologists guild, see if they had anyone who could point us in the right direction.
Dirk rolls his eyes.
Archaeology means digging up old stuff.
And reading. You two have fun with your arcade knowledge. I'm going to find either a pub, someone I can either sell or make these things useful, or a fight.
Any of
Or
your
a what?
A fight.
Hmm.
Any of your archaeology friends very versed in alchemy?
Toodles.
I wouldn't think so.
Alright. Well, have fun, Dirk. Meet you back at the inn later.
He's already walking off, waving off.
All right.
Jakar just kind of shrugs and says, well, guess he's starting celebration early.
He's a simple man. He's a simple Gnoll. Very, 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 very good with his fists, though.
Never a bad thing.
Alright, to that archaeology guild of yours, then?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's real quick touch base with everyone who's going shopping. Niall, Oh,
Yellow.
all right.
I
You
just finished my phone.
all right. The smith asks. The smith asks what styling of armor you are seeking and what styling of shield. He is capable of crafting a great. Tell me, Sir Knight, what could I interest you in? I am capable of crafting a great deal. What do you require?
I require plate. As for my shield, the larger and heavier, the better.
Okay. What's your current armor? I think you already have armor plate.
I do have plate armor.
So you'd be looking for like a +1 plate then?
+1 plate, or maybe magically enchanted. Anything that's better than the current one I have.
Okay.
Also, just in terms of RP, my armor, I think we looted it off a skeleton. It's beat up to shit.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Jesus Christ, plate's 1,000 gold?
Yeah.
1.5?
Of 18.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
fair. Yeah, fair enough. As you begin examining the various armors, there are many suits that are rather impressive, very ornate, very highly detailed. None of which you have anywhere close to enough gold to buy. Still, let's see. Is there a specific type of shield you're looking
Tower shield would work. Anything really that isn't a buckler or a small shield.
Is Tower Shield an actual item, or is that just flavor?
Nope. You gotta look for homebrew.
That I don't know if it's an actual item. I don't know what types of shields there are in the tabletop. I just know like
I'm pretty
IRL
sure there's
shields.
just shield and like buckler.
Nope, there's just shield.
Yeah, so okay, anything that isn't a buckler.
Really, there's only one type of shield?
In 5th edition.
Yeah, I just Googled it, and the helpful Gemini AI said, no, D&D 5th edition doesn't have different types of shields that grant different AC bonuses or have different rules.
Well, I did just look it up, and I did find a decent enough tower shield. So yeah, it gives you the gives you the +2 AC of a shield. I think, yeah, 2 AC shield. Gives you disadvantage on stealth, requires a 15 strength, but it does give you rolling. It gives you moving half cover. That
I
doesn't.
mean, if it's a
Wow.
tower shield, tower shields are usually...
They're
That doesn't-
massive.
Yeah, I know they're massive, but the idea that just having that would basically is that like, hang on, you just have
It's a
half.
bit OP.
Oh wait, you could spend a amount of your movement equal to half your speed to have 3/4 cover until the start of your turn. And so basically, you have the 2 of a shield plus a free half cover. That's already that's basically a +4 to your AC.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's a little much.
I was gonna say, would that not apply against melee attacks though?
No, cover.
Oh wait, hang on. You do have disadvantage. Okay, when you have it, you would have disadvantage against attack rolls. So there is that trade-off, but I think having a +4 to your AC is ludicrous. Like, there are magic items that don't give you that, and this is just a shield.
I'd be fine with it just being a normal 2 AC shield and just being flavor, like the type it is.
Defender.
Sure.
2 shield. Shield of faith. Shield.
Tell you what, hang on. D&D +1 shield. Let's see how much that costs real quick.
Although, just for reference, I decided to once again Google and look real quick, and this is apparently an illustration from Forgotten Realms showing that, yeah, Tower Shield is pretty big. I could see it being used as cover.
It literally was used as covered. So, for example,
But only fire damage.
Okay, let's just go with regular shields, because I know tower shields are pretty good. Okay.
I'm fine with it just being flavor.
You do see some +1 shields that are on sale for about 300 gold.
Oof.
So you do have
plus
enough
one,
that you
meaning
can...
that it will be.
Yeah, plus 3.
It will be
I think.
3. So, yeah.
Yeah.
For 300. Oof. I can still like flavor it as being a different shield, right? Without any bonus to the actual.
Yeah, it would be flavored as a tower shield.
Tower, kite, heater. Actually, heater is a bit small. Kite or tower shield would work.
Kite shields are awesome,
Yep.
and they are so underutilized in just everything.
Yeah.
Tower shields were used by crossbowmen as moving cover to reload, to
You're
protect
thinking
themselves
of-
while
you're-
they reload.
You're thinking of the Pavese. Pavese? You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Pavis.
Yeah, they like plant it in the ground, hide behind it, reload, keep shooting. But anyway, I try and negotiate the price because I can't afford 300.
Okay. All right. That's a pretty steep. That's almost a third off. So, go ahead and roll persuasion at disadvantage.
Still not bad.
Let's see. All right. The gnome looks to you and looks to the shield and just seems to ponder a moment before speaking. That's lower than I would like. And I am unfortunately I can't accept that price. However, you appear to be of noble stock, and so I believe I am able to. I believe I can trust your word. If you pay me the 220 up front, and you can pay the 220 up front and pay the remaining 80 at a later time, at a small markup due to the what's the term for a small degree of interest according to how long it takes for pay to return.
I find that more than agreeable, Master Smith. I promise on my family name and in front of the 12 that I will have this paid back.
He nods as you see him carefully walk towards the shield as he casts Mage Hand. It lifts the shield off the wall and kind of sets it down on a small table in the center of the room. As you see him pull a pair of hammer and chisel out from his sides, the tip of the chisel begins to glow a faint blue as he looks to you and just asks, "Do you have a sigil you would wish to inscribe upon your stand? Do you have a sigil you wish to inscribe upon your shield, Sir Knight?"
The hourglass of Aegon shall do.
A common choice. You see him approach the approach the table as he begins to just chisel into the metal. The hammer, it's pretty hard to chisel metal, but whatever enchantment or magic is used in the chisel seems to almost warp and bend and easily put the metal into its place. Very carefully, he chisels it around and eventually completes a engraving of the hourglass. And he, with the mage hands, grab the shield, lift it, and present it to you.
I accept this with gratitude. Know that it shall be put to good use at the battlefield.
May it serve you well, Sir Knight. You will always be welcome within this store.
Well, we shall see each other again once I have your coin, Master Smith.
The smith the small Gnoll just like chuckles as he just says, sorry, not Gnoll, gnome chuckles as he just says, oh, and I am looking forward to that. My children need to eat. Farewell,
Of course,
sir.
I would not deprive them of their bread.
He bows his head.
Did the gnome have any reaction to me speaking his language? Or does he even speak his language?
Were you speaking? Oh yeah, you were speaking Gnomish. Yeah, no, he didn't have much reaction. Gnomish is pretty common among the nobles due to gnomes' high standing in imperial society. So it's not like it would be more surprising if you didn't know it, but he probably deals with half of the noble customers he deals with knows it. And you're also a dragonborn, so it's kind of expected that you will have a degree of civility and sophistication. So, not a surprise at all.
This gnome knows what he's about. This is why he's a master smith.
Indeed. Speaking of knowing what he's about, Dirk. During your travels, you did manage to locate a couple interesting, a couple stores that might be of interest to you. There were plenty of hunting stalls in. There were plenty of hunting stalls in the market in the Golden District. There were general stores where you could probably sell things, and there were plenty of craftsmen that you could potentially make use of. Are you looking predominantly to sell or predominantly to try and turn things into something else?
Predominantly turn things into something else, but if they can't, then I'll just sell them.
All right. What are you primarily looking to make into something else?
Well, I still have the remnants of the Life Never ring. I've got this demon crystal. I've also got all these other parts from that demon spider woman. And I also got soul coins.
Yeah. The ring could probably will need to go to someone who knows magic to repair. So you maybe honestly could have gone with Ahran and them.
I mean, looking at what I've got, I'm probably looking more for a magic craftsman.
Yeah. I would say you do. I'd say you'd be able to locate a store that deals in some amount of magical goods, but it looked like predominantly. With them, you would know that they are receiving their supply from the Arboretum, not the. They don't make it themselves.
Being here now, go find the Arboretum.
Well, Dirk, you find your way to the same place Ahran and Jakar are, but I'm not going to say you're with them, as it's a big-ass building. It's a big-ass building, and they arrived here far earlier than you did.
Alright, you might want to continue with them then.
Let's just go through your items real quick and see what you're wanting to work on, and then we can, just see if you were able to hit that out, because, if you were going to do something...
I can give you a list.
Yeah, just hit me what you're primarily focusing on. Quick.
Well, how can I know?
Whoa.
Who is breathing into the mic?
I'm just breathing into the mic.
Oh,
Oh god, my
Did you... What? Do someone else?
yes, I'm typing this down.
Oh, okay. Jakar and Ahran approach the base of the Arboretum. The tall tower is a masterwork of craftsmanship and artistry. At first glance, it has a very sort of naturalistic, almost tree-like appearance. And at first you credit that to the masterful stonemasons, but at a second glance, you are certain this was, at least once, a tree that was promptly transmuted into the state it is now, a tall marble structure ordained with various towers and posts all along its base to support the structure. To transmute the tree and tower itself is over 22 stories tall, making it one of the largest structures in this city. The amount of effort that would have been required to transmute such a massive structure into marble is quite impressive. Jakar, if you would like to roll history to see what you know about this place from a historical standpoint.
This is a good way to test. I think I figured out how to do the advantage and disadvantage stuff, so let's see. Yep, awesome.
All right. You would know that the tree itself comes from the deep woods and the red forest. The wood elves brought a sapling from one of the absolutely massive trees that inhabit that region and planted it here. Using their nature magics, they grew the tree within what would one day become this city. The actual and it served as a sort of elvish outpost and place of reverence and observation for many centuries. And they hollowed out its inside to serve as a tower for various functions. The tower itself was then transmuted into marble several centuries later when the city was conquered by the Ahran Human Empire as a bit of a fuck you elves.
Fuck you, elves. Turns your tree into a rock.
Well,
I bet it was
essentially.
I bet it was a dwarf's idea.
But yes, that it was a feat of magic to spite the elves that once called this land, that once lived within this city. There is little evidence of the elven city that once resided here. Though if you traveled underground, you might be able to archaeology some places around here and find some interesting things. This tower is, however, the only remnant of that time visible on the surface today.
Hmm. Interesting.
Nowadays, it serves as the largest university in the city, serving many academic functions. The top of it is known to have a stellar observatory, where one can look through a large telescope and see the stars and planets. Heading inside, you all are met with a visually stunning entryway. Tall marble, granite, and other stone all on display, as the main lobby and entry is filled with students and spellcrafters of all makes and sizes of various peoples and races, all mingling and going about their business. At the center of the entryway is a large sort of receptionist desk with about 5 receptionists kind of working to greet people as they enter. They would likely know where the man you seek is, or at the very least know how to get in contact.
Do I know the actual specific name of this person, or is it just kind of a general, hey, I'm...
Yes, Professor Dag.
Alright. Seems sensible enough to go up to one of the receptionists and ask for said person.
You approach the receptionist, a tiefling man in a just sort of basic apprentice robe greets you as he just says, "Hello and welcome to the Arboretum. How may I assist you this day?"
Yes, I'm wondering where we can find, and then whatever the name you said it was. Dr. something like
Yeah, no, it would be doctor. It's archaeologist, not professor. All right, anyway. Professor is if they're a teacher. Doctor. Yeah, archaeologists are doctors. All right, yeah. Dr. Daggett. Let me see. You see him move to his side as he looks at a tome, just like looking through names. Okay, according to this, the doctor should be within the tower. His office is office 543, 5th story. But he points out to a spiral stairwell that extends up through the center of the building, connecting all the various floors. As he says, "It's quite a climb, I'm afraid."
No problem for me. Thank you, sir.
A moment. May I have your names for the registry? We keep track of who comes and goes from here.
Of course. Jakari.
The man looks to Aaron.
I'm trying to think if Aaron would give his actual name. I don't suppose. Why not? I'm here to speak with a associate of the Archaeologist Guild to speak to a professor. I've been fighting demons. It's not out of the ordinary. So sure, Aaron will give his... but then again...
Decisions.
I'm trying... The question is, what would Aaron do? Would he give a fake identity? I have a feature literally called false identity. Sure. He'll give a false identity, one of the ones he occasionally uses, as just like a Imperial, like, adventurer type. No one of particular note
No.
who's done any big thing.
Yeah, he
The
writes you.
Johnniest of Johnnies.
He writes you in and just says, he presents you both with little visitors, like wristbands. And just welcomes you to the tower.
Alrighty.
Put the wristband on and get moving.
Alrighty.
The climbing will absolutely not be a problem for me.
Aaron, as you put the Jakar, do you actually have magic or do you have just normal stuff?
I think
Do you have skill?
I think he has like a little teeny tiny bit of magic.
Oh, like spells in my spell list?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I've got a handful. I've got...
Okay.
Yeah, detect magic, hunter's mark, speak with animals, and disguise self.
Okay. To both Aaron and Jakar, you would note that the bracelets being offered to you have a very small sort of blue flower upon them. If either of you guys would like to roll nature or
Nature,
Arcana,
you
at your
say?
choice.
No idea.
Hmm.
It's a fucking flower.
Yeah. Yep,
Jakar would
flower.
Jakar would recognize the infamous flower known as Wizard's Bane. These buds are known to dampen magical energies in those who wear them. They are often employed as they are often attached to bracelets and whatnot as a sort of security mechanism in places such as this. Don't want someone with dangerous magics walking through and stealing valuable secrets.
Hmm.
The flowers wilt very quickly after being plucked from their stem. These flowers will likely wither and fall off within the next few hours. And lose their effectiveness. Judging by the bracelet you're looking at, you have a visitor's pass, and visitors' hours are probably not that much later after these. Basically, you will be most likely out of here before the flower wilts.
Alright.
So, both of you would feel like a momentary bit of nausea that quickly passes as you feel that your magic has been dampened.
Hmm.
While you are wearing these bracelets, any magical abilities will be at disadvantage. Not gone,
Right.
mind you, just at disadvantage.
Gotcha. Okay. With that in
You know
mind,
what?
Aaron.
You know what? I'm assuming that in this setting as well, because they are in fact cat people, the Tabaxi are still very curious, right?
Yeah.
You know what? Just for shits and giggles, and because I want to be in character, when I kind of recognize and do all this, I want to try to cast Detect Magic and see what actually happens.
Go ahead.
Do I need to actually
get-
roll for that? or-
No, yeah, that's a weird one. You cast the spell, it just took a lot more out of you than you would have liked to otherwise. I'd say, yeah, that's all it did. You were able to do it, it just was a bit more physically intensive than you would have liked. If you had if you were someone not planning to do well and you used like invisibility or something, chances are it would have taken a lot more wind out of your sails. Either way,
more
it's not
concentration would cause more discomfort, in other words.
exactly, and make it
Yeah.
harder to do that stealth.
Alright.
Alright.
So yes,
With that in mind, Aaron will nod and say, well then, lead on to the professor, the doctor,
Yep, and just nod and start making our way up, I guess. The
Yep.
long climb ahead.
It takes it takes a couple minutes before you arrive at Dr. Dirk, Dr. Duran's office. You would see when you enter, the man would recognize Jakar, as you've done a couple business dealings in the past. He would be a half-elven man, as he just greets you a bit warmly. Your peoples have not always been on the best of terms, but judging by his complexion, he's not from either of the sultanates. So he's cool.
Be cool.
Cool.
Ah, Jakar. Good to see you again, my friend. And who is
Good
this?
to see you again, indeed.
I'll be honest with the doctor. Aaron will introduce himself as Aaron Rowe, an adventurer who's been in Florenzi recently.
Oh. I've heard rumors of the city had some bad times recently.
Indeed, there was what you might call a little bit of a demonic invasion.
Yes. Forces of Dago Samansul. Nasty business, that. I'm glad you're... I am pleased to see that you seem in good enough spirits and in good health.
Actually, about that, I need your expertise in regard to a potential affliction.
Ah, yes. Deus is a particularly cruel deity. And exactly is this affliction? He is... If it's vampirism, if you've been exposed to vampirism, I would highly recommend making your way immediately to a local temple, so that it could be purged before it properly develops. At that point, there would be no cure.
It is not as simple as vampirism. I could honestly
Simple.
can't.
He scoffs.
Relatively speaking. So, how to phrase this? Can I tell you this in confidence, Doctor?
Of course. What are you...
So, I initially came down with a rather nasty case of a knife in my heart, sacrificed on the altar of a cult loyal to Dagos.
You see his jaw almost like half drops as you begin to regale him. How much detail are you giving him here?
I'm not going to give him like specifics. I'm going to say basically myself, a few others managed to escape from Dagos' realm, and we found ourselves in Florenzi, where we naturally had a inclination to thwart the demon lord's plans.
The doctor's face is very grim as you just see him clasp his hands together as he just says, "This is... I don't believe I need to inform you that this is quite grim."
I am aware of the grimness of the situation. I was hoping that there might be some means to correct the affliction myself and my companions have.
He sighs as he begins to speak. Dagos is perhaps one of the cruelest of all deities. The tormentor, the king of domination. I do not believe there is any. If your soul has truly been claimed, you will not let it go easily. The man begins to just speak of similar instances in the past. Those who had. You are not the first who have been able to somewhat slip the reins, as it were. Many holy persons of various gods called upon them for divine favor in the torment of his realm. Some were able to be reached. He knows of an individual some centuries ago who was quite similar to you all predicament. Though he escaped Dagos' realm, with a fragment of his soul recovered. But slowly but surely, a soulless creature is not long for the material plane. I regret to I apologize. There's no kind way of putting it, but you are on borrowed time. If you do not recover your soul, recover it quickly. Soon enough, your body will begin to degrade. The body cannot endure without the soul.
Is there no way to bolster or reinforce the soul?
He does kind of say, countless necromancers and practitioners of dark arts have attempted such acts before. And though it is possible, it is not without unconscionable actions.
The sacrifice of another soul.
Indeed. Put simply, even if you could find a way to do so, you would not be the same as you are now. Polly, once you have stolen the energy of another's soul and used it to empower yourself, you are changed. To put it in a mechanical D&D sense, this is an act that will that will change your what's the term for? Not orientation. Alignment. Yeah, it will change your alignment to evil, essentially.
Right. I get you.
And that's just like it is taking on the existence and essence of another being, twisting it and reforming it into yourself.
Sounds like step one of becoming a lich, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Very common lich magic.
All right. Well, lichdom doesn't particularly appeal to me, so
neither does losing everything about yourself and becoming basically an entirely different person.
Yeah. Iron will scratch his head. Doing that to deny the Lord of Domination my soul is what I might consider a last ditch, but that's little more than magically assisted suicide. Is there nothing that can be done?
Nothing that would not, nothing short of divine intervention, which, whilst has already occurred in your case, may not occur again. Dagos has claim on your soul. Dagos has claim on your soul. It is still his to do with as he sees fit. Another god would be forced to either. Another god would be forced to fight him for it.
Hmm. Could one of the gods who has made the mortal race not produce the energies of a soul to reinforce ours?
Perhaps it is possible. I do not recall of anything of the like occurring. But I suspect that it would. Souls are what make you who you are. Any changes to it could have unimaginable consequences. You may not be the same, even if a god, say, Merrick Norris, would interfere and fix and reforge you. You may not emerge as yourself. Everything about you is not an act to be taken lightly.
I see. Well, short of venturing into Dagos' realm and attempting to get our souls back ourselves, we'd have to appeal to one of the gods to either fight for our soul, reforge us, as you said, or magically assisted suicide to deny Dagos our soul.
An unenviable position.
Do you have an estimate on how long we might have?
He says, I do not. It has happened rarely. I would not plan for the long term. He, a bit morbidly, then just says, as you have it, you are in an unenviable position. Ahead of you, he kind of struggles with his words before just saying it kind of simply. Though charging into Dagos' realm on a suicide mission to recover your soul may be a daunting prospect. Well, what do you have to lose?
Thank you for your guidance in this matter. I would advise you to exercise caution, though, despite who you speak to this about. I have learned that the agents of Dagos are afoot.
I do not intend to pass beyond this route.
You are very wise. Thank you for your
kindness. I shall pray for you. You have my sympathies.
And will not.
As he says this, you do note he does have it around his neck an amulet of the goddess Cain. You do sense that when he says, I will pray for you, it is a little bit more... There's a bit of a knowing look.
I get, yeah. Alright. Ahran will nod respectfully to the, to this guy, this worshiper with Cain. And, thank him for his time. I don't believe there's anything else, that can be done here. Beyond perhaps looking into those cases you mentioned, but I suspect they won't turn up much.
Yeah, you heading out?
Yep, Ahran is going to politely bow and head out.
Dirk,
And-
reception. Yep, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and Jakar just kind of looks back and forth after taking that all in and goes, "Bye." Crap, I had it in mind a second ago. What was it?
I was going to
I
say, I assumed your guy was there listening to the whole
I mean,
thing.
yeah, that's what I figured. Is he's just kind of
Yeah.
sitting there taking that in the whole time, and he's just like, "Thanks, bye," and quickly shuffles out.
Yeah. Ahran will exhale a bit of a sigh as he exits the office. Alright, well, I don't think there's anything else I can really do here. Jakar, was it? Would you mind showing me to the exit?
Nods and starts heading our way back down, and he just kind of matter-of-factly says, a little quietly, "Sounds like you and your party got into some real shite, didn't you?"
Yes, indeed. Not exactly, I mean, I've had worse days, like, you know, when I got stabbed in the heart, sacrificed, but
Yeah. I had no ideas that the saviors of my island had already sacrificed that much.
Well, like I told the doctor, we kind of decided to put a stop to Dagos' plans on account of him already having done us rather dirty.
He just kind of chuckles and says, "Nothing wrong with some good old revenge."
Well, I'm certainly not about to accept the getting pulled back into his realm. There'll be some... We have a few options. I need to talk to my companions. You're welcome to tag along if you want. I appreciate the help you've provided so far.
He just kind of shrugs a little bit and then gives a slight smile and says, "I've got nothing better to do."
Well, it's appreciated. Come on, let's go see if we can run into Dirk again.
He just kind of nods, keeps the smile, and keeps on leading him out.
Oh, yes. What would you... We do offer alchemical services for exotic ingredients. What are you looking to sell? That was Tieflinger.
Oh, that'll do it.
Dirk will just start just putting down like all the non-alchemical stuff onto the table.
Such as?
I've given you a list of the life number.
Are you putting?
Demon Chris,
I know. Are you putting the soul coins down?
Fuck no.
Okay, yeah, you had them listed there, so... putting down the broken ring, the tiefling would say, "Oh, we do offer repair services. I can direct you to the spellcrafter's wing. They can help the enchanter's wing, the enchanter's guild. They can help repair your they would be able to for a fee can repair your magic items."
Okay.
So I'm assuming you'll just do that. That will be they offer the service for 60 gold.
Alright. Show. As I pick up
Yep.
all this shit again.
Yeah. The demon crystal is recommended for is for the I think it's hang on, what's the school? It's like what's the school of magic? It's where you predict the future.
Divination.
Yeah, the divination school would be interested in such things. The material can be used for crystal balls. Even damaged. Yeah. Even damaged, it has some degree of value. The black amulet and gems could be sold to the enchanters because they could probably use that for magic purposes. Are you putting down? So yeah.
The silver crucifix of Dagos, the crown, the eggs, the glaive, and +1 saber.
Okay, wait, hold up. I gotta stop you there. Silver crucifix.
Yes. Just turn
Just
around.
like-
Behold the upside down cross of the devil.
I said crucifix because I meant it as like a that type of religious item, even though it's not in the shape of a cross.
But yes, all this stuff is just. I suppose after finally finding the right person to talk to, I just have all this stuff splayed out in front of them.
Okay. He begins directing you to various facilities within the various facilities here that would help you. What are you looking to sell, and what are you wanting to have and what are you? So what are you wanting to do with the amulet?
The amulet? Generally anything. Dirk doesn't know magic, so moreover, he will just give it over to them and let them do whatever they want with it. As long as he gets something beneficial out of it.
So yeah, life nabber can be repaired for 60 gold. The divination school is offering you 10 gold for the demon crystal. The enchanters would like to appraise the amulet for potential enchantment purposes. They would offer.
Went through hell in the little demon invasion to get this item. What will we offer for it? 10 measly gold.
Well, it's a broken crystal.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, the amulet they are offering, given its demonic nature, they're actually willing to pay you to let them appraise it. Nothing much. They're asking for 2 gold to appraise it. Sorry, they're offering 2 gold to let them appraise it. They will, if it turns out it's something, if it's got potential, they'll offer you more to actually purchase it. All right.
I don't think that amulet had any magic coming off of it from some.
No, but well-crafted items, amulets, and gemstones typically hold enchantment and magics. So it is it could have potential for being
It's-
used.
It's a candidate to be enchanted rather than.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let me roll something real quick to see if they have any interest in it. They return to you and say the item does have potential. They're willing to offer you. They estimate that it would be sold to a jeweler or a general store. They would say it's probably would go for, say, sorry, I'm just thinking out. Oof. So I'm looking up how much amulets normally cost in D&D.
It depends on their rarity.
Yeah.
I mean, I have an amulet made of demon metal and demon crystals.
Yeah, and this was the Pride Gem jewel that they
I thought that was
hang on. They're going to offer you 125 gold for it.
you better share.
Anyway, what would it be to possibly enchant it, or for them to enchant it with something? Again,
They say that while they do offer enchanting services, that is a significantly more expensive. They work on commission, so you would need to approach them with something in mind. Yeah.
Come to us with something in mind, something that makes my punches better. You're asking the person with -1 in intelligence to describe magic effects.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, they take the amulet, and present you with the gold.
Alright, I'm making a list right now. The silver crucifix of Daedalus.
I believe. Hang on. What's a school that would deal with like dark magics?
Necromancy.
Necromancy? Conjuration,
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah, the conjuration school and necromancy school has some degree of interest in it, but they might take a little persuading, as that's not something they are inclined to take given his sinister nature. One of them does actually direct you to the local church, however, because they do pay a bounty for unholy items to be brought to them for destruction.
For the sake of brevity.
Yeah, that's why I'm being very brief with this.
How much would I get for the bounty on this item?
You would get its weight in you would get its weight. How big did I say this was?
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Okay. They would offer you 25 gold for it.
Okay. I am selling. Alright. What about possible enchantments for the black Titan crown? Or how much would that be?
It's not the enchanters who would have interest in that. You would learn that the alchemists are actually interested in that. That crown was part of her body. It has she was a decently powerful demon. That thing's got some potential uses in it. They're offering 200. They are offering. I'm gonna roll something real quick to decide if they're offering on the high end or if they're offering on the low end.
I would like
All right.
to make something useful.
Oh, well, this is a magic school, so anything that you can make is probably pretty expensive. And also doing a little bit of brevity here.
I'm getting a lot of gold. You don't need to make anything now. Again, it's why I'm saying
Yeah.
Take this item and do something with it. I'll
All right.
be back to collect it.
Well, that's just it. If you give them it to make it something, they're going to ask you for a lot of money to make it turn it into something.
How much?
That depends on what you're going for. When it comes to magic stuff, they could turn it. They could turn it into a lot of things. So you need to have an idea of what you're wanting. And I need to then, calculate out how much that would cost, comparing it to other magic items and whatnot. So, I'll say let's hold on to the crown for now, because I think that could be something cool. Could be turned into probably something cool, and we can work out what you're wanting between sessions. Since it'll probably be... how about this? It'll probably take them a while to make this anyway, probably a couple days to turn it into something magical. So if you come up with something and you're able to actually afford the price it'll take to do it, either after everything's sold or current, we'll just retroactively say you put in the order when you were here, and I'll just add whatever time is between then and now. Since it probably won't be ready until next session anyway. Alright. So, yeah, crown, selling the crucifix, probably also the statuette.
Yes, the field statue.
Not much interest in that item, since it was mostly just like a little ornate little piece of rock. That is being offered. No one in the Mages Guild was particularly interested in it, but you did manage to. You would be able to sell it at a general store for about 10 gold is what's being offered.
How much would I get from it from a collector or an archaeologist?
Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll investigation at advantage and see if you can find that. Actually, you did. No, you would have seen that archaeology place when you bumped into. Yeah, you know what? Hang on. I'm gonna roll something real quick to see what he offers you. He's offering you 15 gold. Yeah, 15 gold for it. All right. Alchemy. Hang on, D&D. Alchemists are interested in... The alchemists are interested in the demon spider eggs. They're actually offering a decent amount for those. They're offering 15 gold each, and you, I think, had how many? Yeah, it's a decent amount of coin right there. The alchemists do actually give an allusion to what these could be turned into. Basically, a splash potion sleep effect could be used. Here. Did you hear what I said there, Flinger? Yeah, a splash AoE sleep potion.
Dirk has no interest in that.
Fair enough.
Alright.
Either way, so yeah, they will they take the gold and +1 saber.
+1 saber and the black flag.
Yeah.
Unless Nyullrin wants the black flag.
I think it's worse than what he currently has. It would just be a trophy. Yes. You were offered about 200 gold for the +1 saber, which I think makes it the most valuable item you sold, but that's going off of D&D's pricing system for +1 weapons. which I do think is a little much. So, but that's time matter for another time, date, place,
I was
and
going-
time.
I was gonna say, I think this is something that really should be worked out between sessions.
All right, I think that's everything, Dirk.
The Black Glaive.
It's just a
are you-
regular glaive.
Yeah, it's just a. It is more or less just a regular glaive. Yeah.
What is half the price of a glaive?
10.
I'm-
10 gold. Shopping is always the most painful. All right.
Anyways.
With all that in mind, by the time everyone is finished running around, you know what? It rubs me the wrong way. Okay, how about this? Doesn't really change anything. Have the amulet was 200 gold and the +1 saver was 120. Just swap those two around because I think that makes more sense. So, doesn't change how much gold you actually made, just, RP wise. All right. Nyullrin, what have you been doing all day? You bought a shield and then what?
I've been searching for these assholes.
You've had plenty of time, and one of them stands out quite a lot. The Gnoll, mostly. Go ahead and roll two investigation checks at advantage. Okay.
Hey, let's go, finally.
Well, you were able to kind of piece together whereabouts you would assume they would be. You know that Dirk has been searching for magic, and Ahran would probably be investigating, following up on latest adventures. So you figure they might be at the Arboretum. And maybe for whatever reason you yourself had interest in going there. One way or another, you ended up there. You all begin to slowly correlate outside of the tower and are just finishing up your day. It's about late evening at this point. For the sake of convenience, Dirk, your perusing has given you the street smarts knowledge of the city. You would know that there is a Colosseum in the northeastern side of the city that does offer does take in pit fights. It's not lethal though, but could be a good way to make some money. You get to legally punch people.
I need some money right now.
Dirk walking out, fucking loaded.
I was going to say,
The shopkeeper needs to hold.
What did What did you say, Flinger?
I need to do math.
All right, but yeah, Ahran, Nyullrin, Dirk, Jakar, you all begin to, for whatever reason, you guys had some business that kept you in the Arboretum. Maybe it could have been something simple as this is basically a college campus university. There are restaurants inside the structure. There's restaurants and facilities inside the structure itself. So you had no pressing outer business. You guys, for whatever reason, were still able to all kind of link up just naturally during the latter half of the day, going about your business within the tower.
Just moseying around.
Nyullrin, you would bump into Ahran and Jakar. Would you like to describe yourself to our Tabaxi friend here?
Sure. There's the drawing as well, but he's a bit different looking now. About 2 meters in height, I don't know how much that is in foot and inches. And
In freedom units.
yeah, like six something. I don't know, 6'7", 6'8", no clue. 120 kilos. That's like 260, 280 pounds. But basically, silver dragon, 2 meters tall, 120 kilos, wearing plate armor, and on his chest is an hourglass insignia, which I'm guessing you know is Aegon's symbol.
The god of
And
time.
instead of the poleaxe that he has in the drawing, he's now using a large hammer and has now also gained a tower shield with a silver dragon emblem on it and the words of Yulin carved in.
Go ahead and roll history when you see Nyullrin. The name, not the guy.
No, I don't want to do spells. Okay. You said history?
Yep. Nyullrin, with that in mind, how much would he know about you and your family? I will let
With
you
a
decide that.
22, I'd say he knows about everything except like the dark secrets.
He knows everything except the bad shit.
The commonly available
yeah.
information.
To be fair, even Nyullrin doesn't know about the full extent of the bad shit yet. So, should I describe the viewings for him?
Yeah, go ahead. Let him, if you'd like. I will let you put it in your own words.
Sure. So the Viewlins are a noble family of the Empire. They have a seat on the Senate, and they're more or less pretty prominent in the actual society of the Dragonborn. You'd know that they've done some political shenanigans, political marriages and connections in the past few years, trying to basically take control of the political scene on the islands of the Dragonborn. You know that they're a family all about martial might, honor, glory, things like that. And most of them have always been warrior types. So either generals for the Empire, good one-to-one combatants, things like that. Good administrators as well, but mostly in a military capacity. So they'd be stationed at frontier lands rather than rich interior, which requires a more gentle hand. But yeah, basically that's about it.
Alrighty. Neat.
Yeah.
So, fancy noble dragon knight, got it.
Very broke too.
As of a few minutes ago.
When you take those shopping sessions, yep. Mhm.
All right, will anyone introduce me to the
Yeah,
taxi?
Arn will nod to Nyullrin. This is Jakar. He's a relic hunter in the region, and he was helping me with some of the research I was doing. I I got some bad news to tell you later, by the way.
He just kind of does the
What is
finger quotes and say, helping is a relative term.
What'd you say, Nyullrin?
I just, sighed. We never get good news.
No, we really don't.
Well, we'll have to deal with it However, it is a pleasure to meet you, Relic Hunter. Perhaps if we ever make it to my home, I could show you the vaults of my clan. It should be more than impressive for someone of your profession.
When you say that, his ears kind of stand up and he rubs his hands a little bit and says, that would be fascinating to see.
Yes, well, let's just hope that we ever make it that far.
And then ears go back down a bit and he's like,
Yeah.
Also, the issue where those relics may have been sold off, destroyed, perhaps sacrificed to Dagos. Who knows what that new, he spits, patriarch is doing.
Family issues?
I think you've already heard Nyullrin mention
I don't think
his
you have.
dad.
No, Arin's never heard this.
Yeah.
When we were talking to the prophet, right? I think you guys called Nyullrin a mommy's boy. When he was asking about what's happening with his mom and dad.
Yeah, you were asking if your mom was okay. I don't recall
Yeah,
the
and then-
exact...
I think it was just like an offhand mention of. I don't think he called him his dad. He called him by his name, which he doesn't call him his dad.
Alright.
Family issues is the right way to put it, but I will make it through.
Well, has anyone seen Dirk around here? Well,
Hey, what's up?
oh, speak of the devil, you have a real good habit for doing that. Alright. We should probably... So I've got some, bad news, that needs to be... I don't know if I've ever stumbled across good news. Finding out bad news is kind of my profession. No one would ever believe me.
Until it happens.
Yeah. Oh well.
Anyway, what's this bad news?
Something I don't want to talk about in the middle of the street, Dirk. In regards to where us three originally met up.
Well, then I'll be the bearer of good news, and he's gonna fish out two bags full of gold coins and give them to the overlord. There you are. Some selling
Well-
some loot. You both get 141 gold pieces.
Dang. Well, the glimmer of coin does, I'm not going to say make up for what's the bad news is, but certainly doesn't hurt.
Yay,
I need to go pay off.
Alright. I don't know. Anyway, should
Oh
we...
yeah, he needs to go. pay back his debt before it gets bigger.
Yeah, honestly, like Nyullrin being like, all right, I gotta go pay off my armor.
I gotta go
Alright.
pay off. I need to deposit some. Wait, what was the fucking American
80.
Psycho quote?
Oh, what? Wolf of Wall Street?
No, American Psycho quote. I need to. What was it again? When he's leaving the restaurant, I forgot the quote.
Clean up?
No,
I've never seen the movie, so I have no idea.
I need to deliver some tapes or something like that.
Hmm.
Alright. Meet us at... Ahran is deciding if he can trust Jakar or not. It seems like a good...
Dirk will just grab Ahran by the shoulders. The inn.
You know what? Good call. We'll meet up at the end. Specifically, Ahran will give the inn that he and Dirk have rooms at.
By
I'll be
chance, Jakar, that happens to be where you were staying. For simplicity's sake!
All
Is
right.
this-
We
I
don't
don't
need to
know.
do a scene, by the way. I just pay off the money and go to the tavern.
Unfortunately, that might have to wait till next session, because as you all are beginning to exit the Arboretum, Ahran, you would see something that almost immediately makes you stop in your tracks.
What do
A-
I see?
Raven sitting, resting upon a sort of iron fence nearby a little garden patch. A large oak tree casts shade down on the approach to the Arboretum. Not unusual in itself, but you recognize this bird.
Wait a minute.
It looks into your eyes, and then you see it it caws, takes to the air, circles, and begins to fly unusually slow. It wants you to follow.
Now, question. That is my master's bird, yes?
Correct.
Ahran looks up at the raven. We need to follow that raven. Yeah, looks at Dirk. Yes, I know that's a weird statement. But trust me, okay?
Sorry, say again.
We need to follow that raven. And then he looks to Dirk. And yes, I know that sounds weird, but just trust me on this, okay?
I mean, that's shit we've encountered. He just shrugs.
Alright, come on.
Cat chases the bird.
Cat chases the...
One moment. Sorry, I'm looking something up.
My loan.
No, Nyullrin, you would have.
Now I'll follow the rest of the party. I can
Yeah,
pay it
hang on.
back at a later
Yes.
date.
Hang on. What filters do I have in use? Okay. 1 second. I don't have the stat. Okay. You all begin following the bird through the city. It travels slowly, but moves deliberately. Every so often, it descends and lands, allowing you guys to catch up before it takes to the sky. Finally, after being led through back alleys and side streets, you begin to smell a foulness in the air, the smell of sewage and hear running water. You appear to be approaching a storm drain, looking and connected to the sewers. Looking down into the gullet, you see a stream of let's call it water. That's water. It's water, nothing else.
Water in the charitable definition of the term.
Indeed. But as you are looking down there, you see the bird circle before swooping down and landing in a small pond formed of the stagnant water, landing on a small little sandbar in its center, drawing your eyes to a corpse sprawled out upon it, fresh blood pouring from several wounds.
Ahran will. Okay.
You all are here on the right.
On the right. Okay.
Once the bird is sure of you having seen it, it takes off and flies away, quickly gaining speed and disappearing into the sky. Whatever this is, it's clearly what it wanted you to find.
Scardy man, I don't know if you should be taking the lead in this.
Real quick, Max, do you know how to drop down your token?
Let me guess. Click and drag it down? Nope.
Grab the name, hover over the name, drag and drop.
Do I want...
Cool. Why is it not appearing?
Let me check. Did I give you it? It should be. It's weird. Can you move? I tried putting it down. Are you able to move that?
Oh, I see him. He's back. No, it's not letting me click on it.
You might need to reload. Hang on. Let me see if I can. There you go. Okay, try now.
Yep, I see a thing over it.
All right. What do you guys do?
Ahran is going to send down past the crooked tree and look to see if there is a easy way around to this little sandbar without waiting for the sludge and slime. Looks like you could walk around that way and then hop to that little island there and then onto the thing to look at the corpse.
That could work. You do note that the nearby trees here, you might be able to Tarzan your way there.
Alright. Whatever the corpse is, my old master's raven wanted me to see that. Come on.
I would probably go ahead and start looking around and try to make any kind of perception check if need be.
What are you looking for?
I guess any kind of figures. I mean, we probably wouldn't be able to smell anything if the sewage / blood / fresh death smell is anything, but
Gestures towards the corpse.
Can I hop across this without this little delta from here to here?
Yep.
Without any issues? Okay, sweet.
Speaking of smell, by the way, poop.
Oh yeah, divine sense.
Present a strong evil registers. What's the AOE of that? 60 feet. Okay. Could you very quickly give me a range on that?
There you go.
Okay.
Now let me do a circle.
Yeah. Until you know the type and divine sense, strong evil.
Fiends, undead, or
Yeah,
celestials.
You don't detect any of that.
No. Good enough.
Alright, Aaron is going to continue to make his way along the bank here.
Max, I would advise keeping your token with the others, as in you would probably want to keep it with them because
Yeah, let me.
left behind.
Probably because he was too busy looking. Because cat, gotta make sure that nothing weird is around.
Alright. Can I hop onto this little sandbar and over to there, or do you want me to make a check?
Dirk's already gonna jump.
Alright.
Let's see, where can jump? I can run.
Oh yeah, you
I
don't
thought
have
they
to roll
didn't
to
care
jump.
about getting dirty.
He's being civilized.
Oh boy.
So true.
You
A single
start-
back paints it so
You cover a
much.
number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately. Yeah, okay. Long jump. Equal to your strength score if you move. Each foot costs a foot of movement. Okay, so yeah, we can... Dirk can easily jump out there. I can jump 10
So what's
feet
the
easily.
distance based on strength?
Yep, you can cover a number of feet up to your strength score when you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump. When you make a standing long jump, you can only clear half that distance.
Oh, in that case.
I did start from here. And here. And I can cover 19 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, do I need to make a roll or?
No, I'd say it's an easy enough jump. There's nothing unanticipatable, so you guys are all very well built people who are, I'd say there's no challenge here. You have as long as you need to make the jump, and worst comes to worst, you get a little bit. Worst comes to worst, you call it a little short and you get a little poo water on your feet.
Alright, Iron will lean down.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. Jakar can
Iron-
probably make it too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to decide if he would want to follow, or is this big thing right here a tree?
Yeah. What? Yes, that's a tree.
Hmm.
A cat goes up the cat climbs tree.
I mean, that's definitely what I'm considering. Because
Alright.
first thought goes, okay, there's a dead body here. People might still be around. Got to look for danger. So, yeah. Do you want me to make a athletics check to try to climb the tree?
You have a
Or
climb
actually, wait a
stick, you're
minute.
cat.
True. And if I remember right, hold on.
Real quick for clarification. There's you're in a storm drain. It's about 15 to 20 feet lower than these areas here. That tree is on the upper
side.
area, so yeah, you can't actually get there from where you are, but you could clamber up this tree on the right,
And
get
then
up
jump.
there, and then climb up there. So you could do a little monkey ropes to get up there, if you so choose.
Alright.
I'd say if you wanted to do this, you probably could have done it when you were here. So I'd say it makes enough sense that you'd be sizing this up and decide to do that. So honestly, I think it makes sense that if you wanted to say you were up there at this point.
Yeah, just kind of up there, hang feet on a branch, holding above, holding a branch above, just kind of watching, while
Alright.
also kind of looking around a bit.
Ahran, I would like you to roll me an investigation check over the body.
All right, with the blessings of Shay, I will do so.
Can I do so too?
Go ahead.
Investigation?
Mm-hmm.
16.
13.
Okay.
I'm better at determining a man's death because
I was about to say the Gnoll punchy man is.
I was going to say, the Gnoll Punching Man has seen a lot more dead bodies than Aran.
Fair enough.
A lot more dead bodies.
As you begin examining the body, you very quickly it is an elven man. It's a young elven man, probably in the equivalent of his mid-20s. He wears the uniform of a rogue or someone trying to avoid detection. And he has not been dead long. His body is still very warm. Most of his wounds are still actively bleeding. May not have been more than 5-10 minutes ago. His body has knife wounds along his back and side, and a sort of green ichor sort of cakes the wounds and kind of drips from it, kind of scabbing over and almost hardening in the air. It's quite the gross sight and smells awful.
There are a Thieves Guild here in town.
Ahran. Sorry. Rather, Dirk, as you are searching the body, you're kind of like looking around the sleeves. You would find a very small tattoo on the back of his hand, hidden by his glove. I'd like you to roll a religion check for me, quick, with advantage, as this is a symbol you would probably recognize.
Brain power. That's a 4 and a 0.
Anti-brain blast. Has a stroke. It's the Jimmy Neutron brain blast meme, but then when it goes into the head, it's just the fucking stroke meme.
The fucking hamster stopped turning. It's just dead.
Yeah.
The hamster is dead.
You don't quite recognize the symbol.
Just pulls the hand up. Any of you recognize this?
I'll roll religion.
You don't need to.
Oh.
It's a Saiyan mark.
That is... Aran will produce his amulet. Does it look familiar to you now? This guy isn't my master, just to be clear.
No, 100% not. Brent, you've never seen this guy before.
Okay. Aran will, what is a Saiyan agent doing dead in a gutter?
The last thing I will say, Dirk, as you are continuing all this, I'm kind of doing this as you're searching the body.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Finally, Dirk, searching his person, hidden in a fold of his clothing, you see a small scroll, and as you pull it out, Jakar, I need you to roll me a perception check, and I need you to roll me an initiative.
Oh god. All of us?
No, just him. This is if he is able to react fast. First, he needs to see it, and then he needs to be able to react in time.
Wait.
Jakar, you need to roll perception, then initiative.
Can I see from there? Oh, are you talking? Sorry, I spaced a little bit. Sorry.
So yeah, perception to see if you're able to see it.
All right, let's see. That's weird. I could have sworn I put.
Oh, hang on. I think you would actually be at disadvantage. To double check the rules on this real quick.
Well, I can roll again if need be.
Yeah, hang on. Double checking the invisibility condition.
Yep, invisibility means
He would be at he'd be at disadvantage.
I'm pretty sure. Let me actually check.
It's either he has Is it? Oh no, he has advantage on stealth. That's
Yep.
it. Okay. All right.
Also, quick question: how much? How long has this been since we've left the Arboreum?
Not long, maybe 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. Damn, probably less.
Because here's the
Alright,
thing:
one
if
moment,
it's,
rolling.
well, I was gonna say if it's within 10 minutes, my detect magic would actually still be going.
You were in there for a while when
Okay,
you
fair
first
enough.
cast it, so it's
Fair
the
enough.
detect magic is certainly no longer in effect. He rolled a nat 20, so
Well,
this is going to be fun for whoever this hits. One moment. Why does everyone just hate Dirk?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Seriously,
Wait.
when I have like in a situation like this where I have 3 targets, none of them are a clear the biggest threat. I'll just like roll a dice to see who they target at random. Uh-oh. And it almost always is Dirk, and I don't know why. You might miss, so we'll see that. 22. That hits. Okay, Dirk, this is going to be fun
No,
for
no,
you.
no, no, no. Wait. Boom. I'll take the damage.
This is a surprise. You can't
Yeah.
Fuck.
All right. Sorry, I just need to calculate this out because first off, go ahead and roll me a Constitution save.
All right, that one at least will get a bonus from my aura.
Yeah.
With
It's a 15, so this.
It's a 17.
The what now?
the divine aura and Nyullrin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Dirk might survive this.
Much.
never. That is never.
All right. So 1d3. Okay, that's 11 damage. He rolled max out the gate. That's fun. This is sneak attack, and since he's invisible, he gets that. So that's 46. And it's poisoned. So
Jesus Christ.
7d6.
Jesus Christ.
76.
7d6. Wow, he rolled
Oh.
4 ones. All right. You're taking half damage. Alrighty. Yeah, half the poison. Let me just add this up real quick.
Math.
I love the divine aura.
Dirk, you are hit for 42 points of damage.
Holy shit!
Suddenly, your arm is hit by the force of a truck as you stumble back. The blood is pouring from an arrow sticking out of your shoulder, and immediately the most intense searing pain of your life begins burning as the blood turns a dark, unnatural green and begins solidifying and crystallizing, just like the wounds on the Saiyan rogue. Following back to its source. Unfortunately, this will be a surprise round because Jakar wasn't able to detect him in time. So not even he saw this guy. You would
that was the surprise attack round, right? His attack?
No, he has multi-attack.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God.
Fortunately, he's detected, so he's not going to be able to get another sneak attack off.
I was going to say, you can only do one sneak attack per turn anyways.
Yeah. But, yeah, so you all see a hooded figure wielding a crossbow at the opposite side of the bank. As he's revealed with a flow of the wind, his form materializes as he just says, "Fools, your intervention will not be permitted." He quickly loads a second shot, and I need everyone to roll initiative.
Hold on, does he have crossbow expert? Oh wait, surprise round. Never mind.
Yeah. He ended his turn by loading another.
Oh my god.
20.
I also just go off the. Everyone make sure you properly do your initiatives because I kinda. Well, no, I didn't have it up. There was all the other ones. You need to reload, but take your bets.
My dexterity score is a 16.
18.
Damn it.
Actually, no,
Where the fuck did my character go?
Neil's token disappeared.
Yeah.
I got deleted.
Actually, no, his is a 16. So rock, paper, scissors. I don't know why. But I say 18.
Roll a d20. Damn it! I got a 1.
He got a nat 20.
Perfectly balanced as all things should.
All things should be.
All right.
I think my token just. I think I just accidentally dragged it off the.
You did, yes.
Jesus Christ! I was trying to move it onto the turn order thing because I didn't know if
that's not how it works.
Okay, I didn't know if because I figured I'd probably have to actually have the token clicked and then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I've replaced your token for you. 64, and controlled by Jakar. There you go.
Okay.
And you were right there.
Right. So click.
Nyullrin, what was your HP? 68. 68.
68, yeah.
Alrighty. This will be fun.
One away from a nice number.
Yep.
Oh, hey, that's only
so
one more than I
40
got before.
damage. So Dirk's down to 20.
No, that was 42 damage.
Oh, sorry, 42. My bad. I misspoke.
Don't be touching my health.
Sorry, I will leave you to do it. All right. Is that everyone's where they should be? Alrighty. Well, the assassin is going to, believe it or not, shoot.
Oh no, who could have foreseen this?
Seeing that Dirk, he's already pretty much nearly down to Dirk, he's going to go to finish the job on that. That becomes a dirty 21. Okay, I will go ahead and roll me another con save.
That's an interesting.
Oh! Ooh. Okay, no, you're not technically surprised, but now you are. So now that isn't. So, he has a fun feature. Okay, you passed the con save this time around, but you're probably going down because he has the assassinate feature trait.
Miss House snaring.
What?
My glove of missile snaring.
Oh shit! How does that work again?
You roll a d10 and add dexterity to it, and I can reduce the damage.
Go ahead.
However, I don't know how that works with poison.
It'll reduce the. I'd say it would reduce the damage of the arrow itself and potentially neutralize it. And if it fully neutralizes the damage, then I think in that case it doesn't hit.
Alrighty.
It's treated as a miss.
Roll your
Are we still surprised, by the way?
Yes, it's still his turn.
We're no longer surprised.
What?
Are we still in
Yeah, we are.
surprise round?
Yes, everyone. Yes.
He already did his surprise round. He already got his surprise round. We're now in initiative proper.
What?
Yeah.
Like, can we use reactions? Is my question.
Well, no. I mean, guys, he attacked you, but it's still a surprise round because he's jumping you guys. If you guys jumped him, you would all get the ability to attack him.
He got his surprise round. He attacked us on his surprise round.
Unless he's doing still.
That was his action on his surprise round. He shot us.
Okay. Then yes, top of the load order. I guess you guys aren't surprised.
I mean, he's already revealed himself by shooting me.
I mean, it's more that no, we were still surprised. It's just the surprise has occurred with that first attack, right?
Yeah, I thought you guys are still the surprised condition. Are you guys? Would you guys not still be under that until the first rank?
Surprise condition.
Can't move or take an action on their first turn of combat and can't use reactions until that turn ends.
Yeah, can't move or attack. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. First, you can't move or attack or react on the first round of combat.
So this guy's gonna
The
get
first-
two attacks for free, essentially.
No.
Well, no, he did use one of his attacks already, so he just can't.
He used it. All right, so he.
Essentially
We
two
were surprised.
rounds.
Yeah, we were surprised. So combat started when he shot. Combat started. We
Since you
had
got-
the surprise. We had the surprise condition. He will go
Which means-
first because he rolled
Yeah.
initiative better, and he shot Dirk with an arrow.
Well, no, he shot you guys with an arrow before out of initiative.
That's
so that-
not how that works.
What?
That's not how it's supposed to work, at least, unless you've decided to
I mean,
change it. Which
You
fair.
can. I thought you guys are. Well, people are able to, attack people to start combat if they're sneaking.
And
People do that all the
that-
time.
And
Okay,
that-
That's what he did.
Here.
That's what he did.
Oh, here we go. Thank you. I'm going to say surprise rules are always.
Kind of screwy.
Okay, here we go. The GM determines where everyone involved in the combat is surprised. The GM decides where all the characters and monsters are located. Roll initiative, take turns. Begin the next round. Repeat step 4 until this fighting stops. Okay.
Yeah, if you're surprised, you can't move or take an action on your first turn of the combat and can't take a reaction until that turn ends.
What
So
the
basic-
argument
I'm
is
fucked.
you shouldn't be able to attack out of combat, out of initiative is the argument. If the guy
Well, I
says,
mean-
I'm going to shoot him, the next thing the DM should say would be like, all right, everyone roll initiative.
Well, I haven't
then the-
done it that way. When I've done it in the past for stealth stuff, is people are able to make their attack to start combat,
All right.
and
that's
they
fine.
get that counts as their attack for that turn. So if they have multi-attack, when it gets to their turn, they're down 1.
All right.
But they
If
still
that's how
have
you're-
that
if That's how
attack.
you're going to do that. That's fine. That's reasonable. In other words, Dirk, yes, you are fucked.
Great. Okay.
Well, I
Alright.
tried.
Though, roll your missile snaring, because if you
I
do
can't, I don't
neutralize
have a
it,
reaction.
oh, it's a react. Oh, yeah. All right, that's not great.
And also, does it say that he is multi-attack? Does it say he can use 2 ranged attacks?
Oh nope, that's short sword. Good catch. Okay, never mind then.
I didn't
He
wanna
will.
metagame, but I've used assassins before.
Good catch. Good catch. Good catch. All right. With that, he is going to attempt to use his.
He is still top of load order, ain't he?
Yeah. He is using his bonus action. Is going to attempt to sneak, and evade. So.
Where is he hiding?
Behind that tree.
With a flourish of his robe, he will attempt to duck behind cover or leap into the water and like duck underneath it. I'd say there's enough space for him. There is ways he could realistically.
Yeah, you can cower behind that bush.
No. All right. That is okay. All right. Who would? I'm assuming everyone needs to roll a perception, or does he just need to pass it?
Okay, here I got you.
Okay, got it.
I thought he was rolling against our passives.
He rolls stealth.
Okay. Okay. He rolled a 25, so.
Oh my god.
Well, first off, you need to move him so that he's no longer in eyesight of everyone. Because right now, he's doing a Skyrim squat in front of everyone.
Yeah. 5, 10, 15, 20.
I was gonna say you should hide him before you move him.
No, he needs to be
Those,
out of eyesight.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, you see him stand up, duck behind a nearby tree, and suddenly vanishes between the branches.
All right.
Bro's a stealth archer. We're cooked.
Shit.
He knows how to basket exploit. He knows the basket exploit.
Oh god.
We're fucking Skyrim bandits fighting the Dragonborn right now. We're cooked.
All right. Goes through everyone. Oh, fun! That means he gets another sneak attack.
Jesus Christ.
That is at the top of his load order. Oh, this will be fun. Alrighty. All right. Now he'll probably might go for Dirk again, but let's just see. He's got a lot of targets, and he's already weakened Dirk a little, so he might go for someone else.
Make an intelligence roll to see if he's smart enough to know what to do next.
Well, he seems to have enough sense to go for the healer.
We have a healer.
Which one?
I'm assuming a 23 hits Ahran.
It does.
All right. Go ahead and roll me that con save. I'm going to roll this stand.
Oh my god.
Wow.
My +4 is not saving that. It's not saving that.
Oh boy. Oh boy, this will be fun.
Goddamn assassin with anti-Shan juice.
I mean, yeah, he killed the other one somehow.
He hates you guys. What did you do?
I don't know. I wasn't there for it. It was probably funny.
Ahran, you were hit for 43 points of damage.
I believe I may be down. I'll have to check my hit point total.
You have 38.
Yeah, I want to make sure I did the math correctly. But I'm pretty sure I'm down.
Yeah. He is now revealed, however, and you guys would see that he has moved this way. Oh, that is his turn. My bad. I was confused. I was like, "What are you guys waiting for?" Oh wait, me. I'm dumb.
Waiting on you.
But yeah, Ahran.
Waiting on the vengeful god.
Death save, right?
Yep.
That's a
That's
failure.
one fail.
Okay.
Yep. Dirk As you are clutching your wound, you look up towards the source and you see an arrow whiz past you. For a moment, you think, you missed. But then you hear a thud behind you as you see Ahran drop. Yeah.
Oh no, wait, never mind.
Yep. Jakar?
Oh boy. Let me double check something.
Do you have advantage because you have high ground? Is that a thing? No?
Okay, no,
Okay.
I did forget to improve my health. I am actually still up because 7 times 6 is 42.
Oh.
And I get 7 hit points per level up past first level. So
You were hit for 43.
So I have a total of 52 hit points.
Oh.
So I am still up, in fact.
Okay, never mind. Thought that was
Ahran lets out a gurgle as he is hit by the bolt, and he is going to glare at this assassin and put a hand on Dirk's shoulder and cast Dimension Door.
Where are we
Wait.
landing?
Holy fuck.
Where are we dropping, boys? Teleports Gnoll behind you. Nothing personal, kid.
This is very personal, kid.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Wait, you both can go?
Yeah.
I can take someone with me.
Teleport yourself from your current.
Although from where I'm
You
standing,
can-
you'd be right here.
Oh,
Is it
yeah,
bonus
right.
action or is it? Okay, it's an action.
that's
Okay.
It's an action. Yeah. All right, and
This is very personal, kid.
this is extremely personal. All right. With that, I only have my bonus action. Now, rules is written I can't bonus action cast a spell. Correct?
Why couldn't you?
That's the rules. If you cast a spell as a bonus action, you can only cast cantrip.
Rules is written if you cast a level spell, you cannot cast another level spell, but you can cast a cantrip if you have the action.
Okay, that makes sense. I would I think I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, just confirming because I know Flinger does it differently.
What do you do, Flinger? Do you let him?
All right.
Okay, you know what? That's enough to convince me.
Okay then. In which case I'm going to go fucking off, I guess. Spiritual weapon. God damn it.
The weapon appears behind him, swings, and just backhand blocks with a short sword.
Well, shit. Okay. Well, I tried. Dirk, fuck him up.
First,
I forget.
Catboy.
I was going to say, did you do flanking in your game?
No, because someone convinced him to remove it.
Okay.
All right, so that's actually something. Thank you for reminding me on that. Based on feedback. Yeah, based on feedback, flanking is now a thing.
In that case,
Dirk.
All right. Catman.
I do think, Catman, I do actually think that gives you advantage since you have allies in position, which means I do think you can sneak attack him.
Yeah, I was about to say. Let me check. You know, do an extra attack if you have advantage. You don't need advantage on the attack roll if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it. I'm just gonna throw that up just to be double sure.
Sounds good.
But I'd assume that since it says, yeah, I don't need advantage on the attack roll if another enemy is within 5 feet. Well, the enemy is the Gnoll and.
Yep, you have two. He has two
Cleric.
enemies next to him, so you're good.
So that is counting as a sneak attack. And then let's see. I know I have more shit. Hold on.
You need to hit first.
Hunter's Mark and your crossbow's got a special little thingy.
On top of, I think there might actually be something else. Start of faith and day. You can make. Okay. Assuming I do this correctly, and this is not a horrible decision on my part, which it very well might be. I could do something incredibly badass here, but we'll see. First things first, though. Let's see. Okay, I think I need to hit for that to trigger. So where is my Hunter's Mark? How does this work? Oop. Is it actually? Oh, that's for the damage, I would assume. Yeah, you choose a creature you can see. So bonus action, mark. And I have advantage on stuff. Find it. Well, that would have been useful earlier. Okay, so yeah, I guess cast Hunter's Mark, so that marks him. And then take the shot.
Imagine if he just one-shots him.
It very well might. Who knows?
Pretty funny.
Well, I don't think that's a nat. I don't think that's a nat 20 though.
I know, but just unless he rolls a 20, rolls a 20 by definition.
Okay, yeah, I rolled a 12. 12 plus 4 plus 1 plus proficiency. Yeah.
Plus 2? What's that plus 2?
Fighting style archery.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a 22.
Yep, that would hit.
Roll your crossbow, your sneak attack, and then Hunter's Mark. You rolled a 5.
So that's. Oh, whoops. Slash roll space 2d6. So that's a 7 on the sneak.
2d6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At 7th level?
3. I have 3 points in rogue.
Oh. Okay.
I'm multi-class. I have 4 points in ranger and 3 in rogue currently.
Yeah.
And the damage for your crossbow?
You can click the name of the crossbow to roll it.
Ooh.
And go ahead and roll the. Oh, wait, dude. Yep, go. No. This. Are you using the extra feature of this?
What was the extra feature?
Infuse the shot with arcane energy for an extra 1d4.
I mean, I think we probably need to deal with this bastard. So yeah, I think I'll do that.
Go ahead.
Ah!
Nice.
That is 28 points of damage.
And then Hunter's Mark.
No, Hunter's Mark was already.
Do you want me to roll it
Oh.
again? Because I had accidentally already rolled it and it came up a 5.
I mean, no, that doesn't matter because, it's what it would be if you did roll it now, so no issue there. Alright, so that's 28 damage in total?
Yep.
33. Wouldn't it come to?
No, 28. 12 plus.
Oh, 28.
12 plus 7 plus 5 plus 4.
Oh, okay.
The shot hits him hard as he stumbles back, clutching onto the wound. His eyes glare up at you, but he is still standing.
Oh, and by the way.
Is that right now, or is that going forward?
That triggers now because I had forgotten about it. But on the first time, yeah. So I deal another 1d4.
When you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can.
No, I've played a ranger, a Tasha's ranger.
Is it
before.
after, or is it? It doesn't make sense. That would be going.
Once you hit them, they are marked. Every time you hit them afterwards.
Okay, it's afterwards. Got it. Okay.
He is now your favorite target.
There's one concerning thing about it. It is counted as concentration.
You can't. You can't use favored foe and Hunter's Mark together.
Oh, I can't.
You cannot because favored foe uses your concentration.
Okay.
Is that one of
Then
the
I guess-
reasons why Ranger sucks for a lot of people?
A whole lot of concentration stuff, yes.
Fortunately,
Okay, then I guess-
if we'll see how it plays, but I'm fine with adjusting Ranger because of how reputation.
I mean, I'm fine with because if nothing else, that would mean that if Hunter's Mark expires or if I forgot to use it, then I have this as a backup. Also, Hunter's Mark uses a spell slot, favored foe does not.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, all right, makes sense. All right, is that it for you then, Jakar?
No, because this is the part that I'm thinking could either end up really good or really bad. I'm just double checking to make sure I'm understanding all of this right.
I just realized I haven't had a Coca-Cola all day. What am I doing with my
Yay.
life?
Yay, sugar. Okay, this wording is a little weird, but basically what I was thinking of doing now is now that I've pinged him with the crossbow, I can't exactly fire again because loading, and I don't. What level does Ranger get extra attack? Is it at 4?
Level 5.
Level 5. Okay. But then I'm wondering how this would factor into it. The second part, not the first part.
To start of your first turn, you take as part of that action. That doesn't work with the loading feature.
Well, more of what I was thinking is, could I have him leap from the branch and try to stab the dude with his short sword?
Hang on.
Rules as written, that would work.
Yes, you can move up.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Plunging
So literally, I ping him with the crossbow, and then fire that one shot. So just throw it on his back or throw it aside or something. Draw that short sword, or in his case, a what's it called again?
You are living to the spirit of your people.
Yet again, sword. Leap down and try to stab this fucker.
Roll to hit.
All right.
Is there any?
You need to move up.
That hits.
So
Oh, that actually. Wait, that's archery fight style. That's a 19.
wait, why
that
is it?
actually?
It's just 19. That archery should not be applied to that.
Yeah, that actually
Yeah,
doesn't
that shouldn't be
hit.
applied.
A 19 doesn't hit?
So he has an AC of 20.
What is man sneaking around with a full plate and a fucking kite shield?
Actually, no, that is his AC. What the fuck was I looking at?
I don't know.
What the fuck was I looking at?
You really need to like.
Anyway,
No, that wasn't even me misreading. That wasn't even me misreading the character sheet. I just don't know why I said that.
You also roll Hunter's Mark again.
Oh, fuck! I know why. I was looking. I was looking at a different. I was fucking looking at
worry about
Nyullrin's
it.
character. I was looking at Nyullrin's character sheet when I said that.
Jakar,
So
roll Hunter's Mark.
yeah, you're
damage.
good. You're good. You hit.
Okay, Hunter's was what, a 1d6?
Yep.
Correct.
Oh. Alright, no, D8
Aw.
for your
Except, but here's the thing. Don't I also now roll a 1d...
1d8 for your Dread Ambusher. Nice!
Well, that makes up for it.
19 damage, bro. You've done a lot to this guy out the gate. I highly doubt he is going to survive whatever Dirk throws at him.
I was going to say you should probably also move your token down.
yeah, jump down next to him.
He's not surviving another round of combat, but if he can make it to the top of the load order, I'm pretty sure he'll put someone down.
All right, Dirk.
As unlikely as that is.
Dirk, please play the Jotaro theme music.
Pull out Whale's Teeth. First attack. How is your flanking ruled? Is it +2 or
1 second. D&D flanking. Its rules is written for me typically, unless something's better.
I would recommend Flinger's +2 rule.
I'll do that too. Yeah. Then that actually does miss.
16 to hit.
Yes. Oh wait, 16 to hit?
Yes.
Then no, that does hit. My bad.
That hits? Okay.
It is late enough that math is starting to know math.
Ah, the
It
worst.
is 11:04.
Second
What?
attack.
What'd you say?
5, 2.
That's a miss.
And I am going to use a Moxie point and my bonus action to do what is it called?
The old one too?
The old 1-2. Actually,
Hey.
use a bonus action for the old 1-2 and hit the same creature with both attacks. Okay, so I hit it with both attacks as well. So, Fisticuffs 1, 18 to hit
That hits.
for 9 points of bludgeoning, and 19 to hit
That hits.
for 6 points of bludgeoning.
Still up.
Still up? Okay, then I'm going to
Good lord.
spend 1 more Moxie point for 1, 2, 3, 4 to make an additional unarmed strike against that creature as part of the same bonus action. If I hit, the creature is knocked prone. So, that's not what I want to press. 22 to hit.
That hits.
For 8 points of bludgeoning, and he's knocked prone.
If he's still alive.
You did more than that.
Motherfucker!
I'm sorry, I like to imagine, like, Ahran teleports Dirk over next to him and just slides behind him, grabs both of his arms, and just holds him there as Dirk pummels the shit out of him. Ah.
This is essentially what happened.
Alright, fine, but I'm not cutting holes in my clothes.
This song is
Okay, now-
copyrighted.
Oh yeah, you should probably stop it now. Hurry, before we get copyright strike. Hurry, stop it, Flinger!
Oh, we have like 8 viewers. It doesn't matter.
Twitch cares.
Wait, how many? We're on Twitch?
Yeah,
Wait, what?
Not that
He
anyone's
said in
watching.
which case?
Either way, Dirk,
Alright.
go ahead and describe how you do this.
Just after he gets punctured with a bolt and stabbed with a sword, I just grab him and just start beating his ass right straight into the ground. Literally carving a hole with his ass. And he's just gonna look like a pretzel with just his arms and feet sticking out.
He is you put him in the ground like he is basically a carrot. You nailed him into the ground. His feet, he is cave diver. Just his little feet sticking up.
Amazing. Ahran is going to exhale a large groan of pain. As he
That
packs up
teleport-
blood.
Let's be real, if you didn't have that teleport, he probably could have done a lot more. That fucked him.
Like, oh, hey. Oh, I see. You're over there out of melee range. Would be a shame if someone changed that.
I just imagine he was that meme of like the guy eating the hamburger, just like, whoa, shit.
Ahran
Now-
will exhale, check for a pulse.
None.
Probably not.
Okay. Honestly,
Now-
that's probably preferable.
Now, Ahran, he still has that bolt lodged into his arm that has the poison going through it, right?
Ahran is going to tear out the bolt and apply a healing spell. Let's go for a.
I mean, you can heal. My first thought was, and this is almost more of the real life medical knowledge coming in quicker. But first thought would be, okay, if you can clearly see that it's poison, would be at least try to do what amounts to a snake bite tourniquet.
Yeah. Well, it's in the shoulder, so there's not much I can do about that.
Oh well, if it's in the shoulder, yeah, you're fucked there. I thought it was in the lower, like mid lower arm.
Alright, I don't have any good healing spells. Most of my healing spells are like, hey, get back up, don't die at this exact second.
That was very well played, Gold.
If it were not for that, we would fucked.
I mean, the alternative was turn you into a gorilla and let you go to town on him Donkey
I mean,
Kong style.
To be fair, he only gets one ranged attack per round, so he could only kill one of you each round of combat.
Yeah, so
Only
it makes
kill
fair,
one of you.
makes this fair and balanced, obviously.
Yeah, but Dirk, as you're like clutching your wounds, you finally have your attention returned to like you like tighten your fist and hear paper crumple as you're still clutching the note you found.
Oh, yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's important.
All right, I open it.
1 moment. As you open up the note, here is what you read. It says simply, tell Captain Lancel and deliver this message to Captain Lancel. 3 blood oranges, black rose with thorns. Cloak with a crescent moon.
Looks at Dirk staring at the paper.
I hand it off to Ahran. Because he can't read.
It reads as follows.
Just send the contents of the letter to me.
I always forget that, and it's always the funniest fucking thing.
Just send the contents of the letter over to me. Yeah, I assume it's like a Shan code, like spy nonsense.
Da 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 da. Deliver to Captain Lancel, 3 blood oranges, black rose with thorns, black cloak crescent moon.
You misspelled thorns.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
All right. Given what
You're booted.
our-
You're out. You're out. You're done. Get out of here.
Oh.
You're clearly not a fit for the table. I'm kidding. But yeah.
All right.
Ahran, you are unfamiliar with this specific code.
All right. Am I supposed to actually? All right. Great. I guess I'll have to get in touch with the local sec and see if I can't figure out what the fuck is going on.
In all technical.
Sorry. Specifically, deliver this message to Captain Lancel.
Okay.
That is not a part of the code. That's not a part of the code.
Deliver this message to Captain Lancel. 3 blood oranges, black rose with thorns, black crescent.
God damn it! Why did it do
Alright.
that? Stupid.
Anyway, Ahran is going to.
I just copied it.
I will put that
Well,
down in my
funnily
notes.
enough, in all technicality, because I multi-classed into rogue, I have Thieves' Cant.
Well, this ain't
Now-
Thieves' Camp. This is a Cheyenne code.
Oh, yeah, fuck. I don't know that. Mm-mm. No, that's out of my wheelhouse. I don't even. Nope.
All right. Let's get somewhere with less sight lines in case this bastard had some more friends. And Arn is going to check the assassin for any gear.
Oh, sorry. I completely skimmed over that, but because I'm dumb. Black cloak, crown, crescent moon.
Black cloak, brown crescent moon. Okay. With that in mind, Iron is going to check this man for gear.
It appears almost everything of value on him had been stripped. Oh wait, this guy.
Dead guy. Guy
Dead
that's now
guy.
cuts along the ground.
The guy
You only
who-
have access to his boots.
Oh.
Dirk, would you mind pulling him up?
There's a satisfying pop noise as he pops out.
Thank you, Dirk.
You would find on his person, unfortunately, nothing indicating where he came from. He's a stealthy assassin, so he didn't exactly carry orders that said, "Hi, we were hired by this person. Go kill this person."
Yeah, it's not like in
Skyrim.
Yeah, when they literally are carrying a note saying, "Hey, insert player name here."
We have been hired by John Smith, living at South 27th Street, Lincoln, New York City, apartment 37, at approximately this exact time, date, and these specific geographic coordinates. I always find it funny that you could literally just go find the person who tried to have you assassinated.
Yup.
On one hand, though, it is really impressive about Skyrim's radiant systems that it tracks how the which NPCs like you or not, and then uses that to anyways. Checking him over, you would find his light crossbow, his short sword, a vial of poison, and that's it. He was traveling light. Oh, also a set of thieves' tools.
All right.
Funnily enough, I don't know if I technically have I mean, I'm sure you could easily say in the backstory with all the traveling that he's done that he has thieves' tools, but if you actually go by in all technicality gear that I've
since you
started with and all that, I
multi-classed.
wouldn't have it.
Yeah. So
Alright.
let's goes to him.
So if I didn't have it before, I do now.
I will say his short sword is distinctive. It is. I don't know. I can't recall what the exact style of blade is, but it's the kind of wavy flame-like look to it.
Oh,
I know
You mean a Chris?
Yeah.
Chris would be it if it's a dagger, or
This is a short
small
sword.
blade.
I know a flamberge is great swords.
Well, actually, funnily enough, get this. Literally about 8 feet over here. Actually, this might be a bit too long, but I have a sword literally sitting next to me that could very well be similar to the style that he has. I will stick it on the ground here and take a picture.
All right.
Nice.
We're
Given
going
to me by my own.
wavy
The blade-
wavy
the
blade
blade-
short sword.
Yeah, it does. It's very distinctive. Most of the weapons you've seen in this kingdom have been traditional European long swords and traditional craftsmanship. I know flamberges were they, German or Dutch?
Something like that. Not important.
Yeah. But this is medieval. Those were more Renaissance. This is more medieval, high medieval.
All right. Anyways, with that in
Well,
mind,
there you go. I just sent a picture of my sword.
Nice.
there
A bit
was
thicker
nothing
of a
else-
blade, but yeah.
There was nothing else on the Cheyenne operative.
Nothing that when any gear he had was likely taken by the assassin. You do see an empty sheath and like what looks like pouches that would have carried equipment that are empty.
All right.
Judging that the assassin didn't have it on him, he probably disposed of that evidence.
All right. Well,
Question: if I take that, assuming that the party wouldn't mind, I'd say, mind if I take a look at that vial?
sure, go ahead.
And I was wondering if I could make something like a nature or
Medicine, probably. Nature or medicine.
I mean, one is way higher than the other. I guess it depends on the origin. I mean, if it's
Yeah, go ahead and roll nature to see if you can identify the poison from. I'll let you roll twice. I'll let you roll for either one to get a success.
Wow.
Sure is a green liquid.
That is a nat 1 on my nature, which I have a fucking +9 to. But I guess I can.
Aaron is going to hop back over to the.
You really shouldn't drink this. That's all. Looking at it, that's about all you can take away from it.
Me thinks this might kill you.
Little do we know, it's literally just fucking Mountain Dew. He's just using Mountain Dew, and it's that corrosive.
Or drain cleaner.
All right.
Niles, are you here?
5 questions.
Yep.
Yeah, I you doing you okay?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for I don't know anything.
Yeah, sorry, it's not been a very Nyullrin focused session so far. I'm sorry about that, man.
He's still standing out on the island, just like.
The hell happened?
I got to say a whole 50 words the entire session.
Sorry about that.
It's fine.
There was a lot of shopping.
A lot of shopping, a lot of introducing the new cat boy.
Yeah.
And then combat where you just didn't get a very high initiative roll because you're in plate armor.
It's not just that, it's the fact that Dirk Omaiwa Mushinda behind him. Either way, Ahran, you approach the island.
Yep, Aaron's gonna hop back over to the island, turn to his companions. I've got 3 questions in mind. Can you two think of anything you'd want to ask our dead friend here? Points at the Shayan.
Y'all can go back doing that. I'm gonna climb. I'm gonna climb back up in a tree.
Nyullrin, Dirk, Jakar, any ideas?
Well, there's an obvious one. Well, actually, no. Do not ask him who killed you, because we know who killed him, because he is now a pretzel on the ground.
Right.
Could always ask what the riddle means.
It's a Shayan code.
Yes. And you clearly don't know what it means either.
The local cells cycle their own code. Curator read.
And is that not reason enough to know what it means?
He doesn't need to know. All I need to know is I need to deliver it to Captain Lance.
Implying that even the courier wouldn't know what the code means. Theoretically. That's what I'm assuming.
Depends on his clearance.
I'd say it could be worth an ask.
Alright, what does the code mean? Certainly.
Okay, this is one of those times where like I want to give suggestions, but I also realize that like this is a very bad time for a TM to give any suggestions or input at all.
I have an idea for a question. I mean, it kind of uses up 2 questions, but I could ask the agent, what should I tell? What should I ask you?
Well, that's the thing. I think how Speak with Dead works is it can't answer questions of things it didn't know when it was alive. So asking it what kind of questions you should ask, he doesn't know that you're using that spell. He wouldn't have any idea of the context behind that. So I don't think he could answer that.
What should I, a priest of Shay, ask you?
That
What
could
was your
work.
mission
That could
out
work.
Here, what were you trying to deliver?
A message. Delivering. What was your mission out here? Deliver a message. What?
We could always
What were
ask
you? What
about
was your
where
message?
the-
A message.
We could always ask about where the Cheyenne base is.
That was one of the things I was planning on asking. Where's your contact?
Can you
Take
ping
us
the
to your leader.
Can you ping the spell real quick? I need to read through it again.
Oh, sure.
'Cause I just want to make sure. I just need to confirm if they would be truthful, because they can't.
They do not have to be truthful. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, and he was just assassinated by an assassin, so he might have
No, the corpse will address the person as if it is the person themselves. So if it was the assassin addressing the corpse will address the assassin as the assassin who killed him.
But if Ahran is the one casting the spell, it'll know that Ahran is Ahran.
not the assassin.
Yeah.
Though it might assume it could be working with, because it has no context of what's going on around it.
Does a zone of truth work on a dead person?
It would work on the. It would work on the.
not.
It would work on the living.
Yeah, work on the living.
Well, it says
So-
a creature that is inside the area, so.
But it's not a creature. It's an inanimate body. The
What
speak
we
with
do-
dead is not. Yeah.
What we do, I cast Speak with Dead. You, within sight of the corpse, cast Zone of Truth. Ahran, affected by the Zone of Truth, will state his name, his rank within the church, and, like, I don't know, whatever the appropriate greeting would be between two Cheyenne agents, whilst under the Zone of Truth effect. That doesn't necessarily prove it, but it should help the
corpse can't learn new information.
Okay.
Yeah, spell doesn't return the creature's soul to its body, only animating its spirit. Thus, the corpse can't learn new information, doesn't comprehend anything that has happened since it died, and can't speculate about future events.
I see. Okay.
So, good idea, but that wouldn't work.
Alright, we got 2 questions. Are you gonna ask, what should I ask you as the first one?
No, I'm not going to.
In that case, what does the message mean? Where's the base? Anything else?
Honestly, then what should I ask you as a Cheyenne priest?
And you can switch out what the message means if he gives you a better suggestion.
Yep, we'll start with that. What should I ask you as a Cheyenne priest who's just found your body?
He's gonna tell
it can't
you.
it can't speculate on events. So, I don't think it could. I don't think it could give suggestions.
What would you want your brothers and your fellow members of the order to know?
What is their favorite?
I think that's God. That is actually interesting because there is a lot of like gray area here where it can't get. I don't think it can give opinions or theoreticals. I think it can only answer what it knows.
I want them to know I love them.
Yeah.
Well, Ahran would want to deliver. What? You know what was your name?
Right.
Don't waste the question.
What?
How did you? My favorite is like. Anyway. All right. Let me know when you're actually casting the spell.
I got one more question. The questions are: what was your name? Where can I find Captain Lancel? What does the code mean? Where's your contact? And
That's way more than 3 now.
yeah, I got one more. We got one more.
All right.
You've given me ideas.
Where do you want to be buried?
You know what? Sure.
What?
Is the air velocity of an unladen swallow?
African or European?
European.
All right. Ahran is casting the spell. We'll start with
all right.
what? Yep,
It's a
he will
amulet.
start.
Was it an amulet or was it a ring?
It was the amulet you gave me.
Okay. Nyullrin, you watch as Ahran pulls out a amulet and extends 2 fingers as green arcane runes begin to appear in the air. Suddenly, the eyes of the corpse glow green as it lifts from the ground, letting out a loud, unnatural as energy swirl around it.
Oh, relax, Nyullrin. I'm just doing a little necromancy.
Nyullrin had literally 0 reaction.
Alright. He's probably familiar with the spell. What was your
The
name?
Order does it all the time.
Yes.
Alright. Caius, where can I find Captain Lancel?
Southern Castle Gate. Overseeing deliveries.
Overseeing deliveries, or was it liveries?
Deliveries.
Okay. That wasn't a
Just-
question. That was
I
just
know.
my ears.
No. I want to be a jackass and count that.
What does the code mean?
Hang on. I need to decide if I want to count that previous thing and be a jackass or not.
I was going to say Ahran's ears work better than mine. My perception score
Yeah.
IRL is trash.
If it was real life, I probably would have said it. But given that it's over Discord, I'm not going to be a jackass.
Yeah. Alright, what does the coded message mean is my third question.
I need
Just
to
to
roll
be clear,
something real quick because it does not need to be truthful. I need to.
Yeah, Ahran is leaning very close to this corpse, so it can whisper.
Let me roll something. Dice.
And I am going to say his Cheyenne holy symbol has been visible around his neck.
It
this
cannot
whole fight.
process new information,
Correct.
so it could not see that.
But it does know who's talking to it?
I don't think it knows who's talking to it. It just remembers how it died, so it's not going to tell people who killed it anything.
The corpse knows only what it knew in life, including the life. Repetitive in the cult. If you are hostile to it, or it recognizes you as an enemy. So it can recognize things as enemies. So it can't learn.
But I'm assuming it's based off what it knew in life.
So
So
it
if you
looks at
killed
Ahran it looks at Ahran and it sees a guy
Unknown
with a
person.
raven on unknown person with a raven on his shoulder and a Cheyenne holy symbol.
I don't
Could
think
be
it
a
sees
proof.
anything.
Okay. Fair
Sorry,
enough.
it can't make judgments, speculations on the future, or process new information. It can only use the information it had in life.
Okay.
With this in mind,
so-
it would have to know you were an ally or know you were an enemy to speak. So in the case of if he was silently assassinated and never saw who killed him, the assassin asking the questions could actually ask him questions.
Right.
But given that he probably knew, it looked like it was a struggle, so he probably wouldn't have answered the assassin.
Right.
Either way.
Okay.
All right. I did roll something. I rolled 2 things, in fact, and you are fortunate. Blood oranges. Assassination. Black rose. Thorns. Cult. Druid cult. Oh wait,
Could you?
Black-
I am going to have
Sorry.
to ask you to write that down for me. Because
Sorry,
just-
sorry, hang on, I'm double sorry, I'm rereading it because I wasn't looking at my notes when I went there. Okay. Sorry.
Blood oranges, assassination.
Sorry, no. Sorry, no. Blood oranges indicate danger. Sorry, let me start from the top. 3 blood oranges. Danger. Highest level. Black rose with thorns. Enemy cult. Druids.
Enemy.
Black. Yeah.
Druid. Bolt.
Yeah. Black cloak. Crown. Murder. Assassin. Assassination. King. Crescent moon. Tomorrow.
Oh shit!
You are when he says that, you would all realize that tomorrow is a crescent moon.
Ah! All right. Where's your contact?
South Gate.
Okay, his contact
Overseeing deliveries.
All right, fair enough. Captain Lancel is his contact. Where do you wish to be buried?
Next to my wife. The corpse
Oh.
drops to the ground.
All right, Ahran is going to see like try. All right, where can we hide a body until they? Where can we? What do we do about this body? Is there like someone you would call if someone's been murdered? Like, I suppose we
Guards.
should probably call for the guard. We should probably call for the guards. Nyullrin, you're an important political figure. You'll keep us from getting in trouble with the local guards, right?
I would imagine my family's reach does extend here, but at the same time, I'm no longer. I would imagine I am an exile of my family, and possibly my name would work against us, but I can always try.
You know what? How long does it look like this body's been here? Not long, I assume.
Not long at all. The wounds were still actively bleeding.
All right.
Like a handful of
It's
minutes,
not like-
probably at the most.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's
He
not
was
like we can drag. We can't really drag his corpse through the castle gate up to the castle gates.
Well, I've already used my name and placed it all over my shield, so might as well use it on the gods. What could go wrong?
All right, let's summon the guards.
All right. I think that's a good spot to pause.
Pause the game.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, session over. Cut the recording. Yeah.
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 We will see you all next time.
Flinger, did you cut the recording? Flinger?
He got sneak attack IRL.
Oh. Oh dear.
So is it being recorded and streamed or put somewhere?
On YouTube.
Yeah.
Is it public?
So yeah.
Oh, all right.
I think so. I was gonna say, I'm trying. Oh, come on, Flinger. We need you to come back. The session's over.
Dum, da-da-da-da-dum, dum, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
So yeah, I reposted what the translation was. 3 blood oranges,
Okay.
danger, highest level, black rose with thorns, enemy, druid cult, black cloak, crown, assassination, king, crescent moon, tomorrow.
Alrighty.
Well, time to prevent an assassination tomorrow.
So now
It is worth noting.
So now we have to stop the Dragonborn from doing one of their main quests, eh?
That was the Emperor. But real quick, you all would note the prince's coronation is tomorrow.
Ah. Ah.
Well, to get into the coronation, we're probably gonna need to use my family name again. Let's hope the usurper hasn't put out a hit. Then again, he's not the smartest.
Hmm.
But he is clever. Very clever. He schemes a lot.
You said he's not smart, but he's clever. How does that work?
You can be unintelligent and yet have guile. I'm sure you know the stereotypical view of imperial politicians.
Does real quick, I think we're about done here. I don't know if Flinger's still filming though.
I think he is still filming because I was gonna say, let's pop over to a different chat.
Yeah, everyone hop into Brazil so we can just chat.
session's done.